What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I purposely didn't have the volume on. I was waiting for everybody to join in. I usually give it about 15 minutes or so for everyone to join in. So, yeah, I purposely didn't have the volume, but if you look at the actual screen, you can see a blinking text that says NYPrepper will be live soon. So if you hear silence, just check my screen and see if I put any notice about my status. If I don't put any notice and it's silent, that means I'm having technical issues. So all the latest breaking news is on the top and bottom of the screen in the tickers. But it looks like we're going to see some strikes on Iran potentially tonight. So I'm going to be covering the situation the rest of the night, and then also as long as necessary, obviously. So I'm going to be doing live updates throughout the night on this whole situation. How's it going, Catskill Prepper? Good to see you. Smoking Swamp Outdoors, Desert Coyote, Eagle Claw, Nathan Amsbury, Mary Beth Hammond, Michael Gale, Aldo, Peggy McGuire, what's going on? Clutch Cargo, Cindy S, British Perspective, good to see you. Tal Gray, Joe Romanino, what's up, Joe? Hope you guys are all doing well. Light Source Engraving, Queen Bee, how's it going, Queen Bee? Anna, Earth Angel, Mama of Six. So I'm going to just read off some of the latest headlines, some of the latest news. First, I want to just give a big thanks to someone by the name of Jennifer. Jennifer donated to the channel. Thank you, Jennifer. So apparently the British military, they're going to be deploying 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East now. Apparently they're going to be deploying the HMS Queen Elizabeth and or the HMS Prince of Wales. So that's a big red flag. Supposedly to plug the gaps that are going to be remaining when the U.S. eventually has to move its aircraft carrier out of the region, and also because of the upcoming operations against Iran. So we're going to be basically moving some of our assets towards Iran to focus on Iran. So they're moving their aircraft carriers to the Red Sea, 1 or 2. The Biden administration held a classified briefing with the House Intelligence Committee today, and this comes after they held a classified briefing with the Senate yesterday. So that's pretty serious. That's obviously a sign that, they're going to be doing something pretty serious if they have to brief the House and the Senate. And U.S. Central Command confirmed that there was another missile attack by the Houthis today in the Red Sea. Apparently, the missile was shot down by the USS Gravely, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, and they didn't provide any further details. We still don't have any updates on the U.S. warship that was hit the other day, the USS Lewis Puller, which was hit by apparently multiple missiles. We haven't heard any official updates on that, which is kind of sketchy. The CIA director, William Burns, said that he's never seen the Middle East as explosive and tangled as it is now. He said, I have spent much of the last 4 decades working in and on the Middle East, and I have rarely seen it more tangled or explosive. Wow, guys, that is pretty interesting. And Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, said to Biden today that the U.S. objective is not to avoid escalation at all costs. If it was, the quickest way to achieve it would be to retreat and cede the Middle East to Iran. Instead, our objective is to compel Iran and its proxies to stop attacking American forces and our interests in the region and to preserve American influence in a critical part of the world. But to achieve this objective, we have to convince our adversaries that we are prepared to escalate and to threaten the interests they hold dear. If the Iranian regime thinks America is most afraid of escalation, it will use that fear because it believes it will drive us from the Middle East, just as we were driven from Afghanistan. Wow. I think he hit the nail on the head. So, it is expected that this could be a pretty serious strike. I know a lot of you guys don't think so, but I was thinking about it today, and Biden basically has no choice because he's coming up for a re-election, and if he doesn't show some strength here, it's going to jeopardize his political standing. Think about it logically. 3 Americans were killed. And, people are looking to the president now to show strength, to retaliate appropriately. And if he doesn't do that, that's going to really jeopardize his reelection chances. So I think because of that, Biden is probably going to do something pretty serious. We'll have to wait and see, but that's just my thinking. He definitely doesn't want to jeopardize his chances of reelection because that would just be such easy ammunition against him in the upcoming election. People could just say, "Oh, look at Biden. He didn't even stand up for our troops." So I think he's going to try to do something solid. We'll see, though. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of pressure on him by Republicans. Numerous Republicans are calling for direct strikes on Iran. Okay, numerous Republicans. So it's a very serious situation, guys. Very serious situation. It could spiral out of control. Aubrey loves cars. Thank you for the donation. Update from last night. Hubby spent all day in I couldn't understand the rest of that. Speaking to higher ups. Thank you for the donation, Aubrey. Christine Kleeman, thank you for the donation. Hi, Greg. My mom and I love your channel. Thank you, Christine. I hope you're doing well. Poopy McScoopy, thank you for gifting memberships. Fine Wine, thank you for gifting more memberships. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are having a great Tuesday. Brayan44, thank you for the donation. God is good all the time. Amen. I totally agree. And Vanessa Dubois, thank you for the donation. Thank you, Greg, for all your hard work to keep us updated. You are greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Really appreciate that. Hope you're having a great evening. Thank you, guys. So, Aubrey says she was using talk to text. Okay. What's going on, Kim Treadway? So it's looking more and more likely that this operation could be a pretty serious one. Just want to show you some flights we have right now. Let's just see what's going on. So we had multiple aerial refuelers come in earlier today. They already landed it somewhere in the Middle East. They turned their transponders off, but those half a dozen aerial refuelers that left in the middle of the night 2 nights ago have already arrived in the Middle East now. So that's obviously a sign that, the U.S. is preparing for something. You don't move 6 aerial refuelers to an area for no reason. in the middle of the night. So they've already arrived in the Middle East now this morning. Okay, so they've been there since this morning. So those aerial refuelers are going to be used by the stealth bombers, the fighter jets, the B-52s, potentially B-1s. So this is going to be a massive operation. Apparently, 3 B-52s were moved to Israel 2 days ago, right after this whole thing happened, right after the news broke about it. They moved 3 B-52s to Israel. And remember, each B-52 can launch, I believe it's either 16 or 20 air-launched cruise missiles. So that's a massive amount of ordnance. Then you have the B-2 stealth bombers, which, they can also carry about the same amount. And the B-1s also. And then you also have the fighter jets, the F-35s, F-16s, F-18s, F-15s. Okay, we have an entire squadron of F-15s that was moved to, I think it was the UAE back in October. Okay, the F-15 Strike Eagles, we moved like 20 of them. The F-15s are specifically made for nuclear weapons delivery, and we moved 20 of them or so to, I think it was the UAE. I can't remember. So we have a lot of firepower, a lot of assets in the region. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out. At this point, it's anybody's guess, what's going to happen. But I am expecting a pretty serious response for various reasons, because now you have actual American soldiers that were killed, and they were actually killed in Jordan, of all places. Jordan is a neutral country. It's not like these were Americans in Iraq or Syria or something like that. This was in Jordan. So basically the U.S. has every justification now that it needs to go after Iran, because Iran has been supplying the Houthis. They've been supplying these proxies. They've been supplying Hamas. So America has every justification it needs to go after Iran now. There's a lot of talk that they're going to go after the Iranian Navy, and they could potentially try to destroy the Iranian ship in the Gulf of Aden off the coast of Yemen that's been providing intelligence information and target information to the Houthis to help the Houthis find their targets when they launch missiles at all these different ships, including the U.S. warships. They need, someone to tell them where these targets are, because the Houthis don't have, satellites or radars or anything. Their equipment is very, very basic. They're like the Taliban. So they rely on Iran to give them information about where the ships are going, where they are, their location, their exact location, so they can put in those coordinates on their missiles so the missiles can hit the ship. So Iran is directly involved with this whole situation in the Red Sea. Okay, they're providing target and intelligence information to the Houthis. They're also directly involved in Hamas, in the Gaza war. They armed Hamas. They gave Hamas the weapons that they used to attack Israel. They're arming Hezbollah, and Hezbollah's hitting Israel every single day. And Israel's one of our top allies. So Iran has bloody hands, in other words. Okay, they're responsible for everything going on in the region. Okay, all these groups are funded and armed by Iran. Okay, so now the U.S. has every right to go after Iran directly because our soldiers were killed by one of these groups that Iran has been sponsoring, essentially. So the U.S. already warned Iran through Switzerland. Somehow they used back channels through Switzerland and warned Iran that they should not respond to any U.S. strikes on their assets or on their soil. Okay, so the U.S. today officially warned Iran, do not respond if we strike you, okay? Or if we strike any of your assets, do not respond. That's what the U.S. sent a warning out earlier today. And then also, Iran responded through the same back channel, and Iran said that they will retaliate against any U.S. Attacks on their territory or on their assets. So this could get pretty serious, guys. Iran has a lot of different kinds of missiles. They have a lot of Navy ships. They could hit our oil fields right across the Persian Gulf from where they are. Okay, they could hit our oil fields. They did it a few years ago. If you remember, they launched missiles into Saudi Arabia and took out several refineries. And for like a day or two, it cut production by like 50% of the oil from Saudi Arabia. So they could easily do that again to retaliate. So, things could really spiral out of control here, depending on how Biden does this, what response he selected, because they presented all different kinds of options to him. And believe me, the U.S. military has been planning for this for some time. It's not just suddenly now, oh, yeah, now we're going to put plans together and figure out. No, that doesn't work that way. Okay, the U.S. military constantly has what are known as O plans, operational plans for every part of the world. They have people that work full time to constantly update targets and make sure that the O plans are up to date. So they have O plans for North Korea, they have O plans for Iran, they have O plans for Europe and every part of the world. Okay, they have plans already in place. So when things do happen like this, they're not suddenly scrambling to figure out which targets to hit. They already have a number of plans that they can pick, and everything is up to date and current. So the U.S. has been planning for this, especially with Iran, for months now. If you remember last year, the U.S. sent like 5 or 6 B-52s to Israel in the middle of the night. They flew across the entire ocean all the way to Israel nonstop, and it was some type of exercise. And a lot of people actually in Long Island reported seeing like half a dozen B-52s flying together over Long Island. And make no mistake about it, guys, that was an exercise practicing moving the B-52s to the Middle East in an emergency response scenario. Okay, so the U.S. Congress already passed a resolution last year saying that the U.S. would not allow Iran to get nuclear weapons. Okay, this was already passed a year ago. Okay, last year, U.S. Congress already passed a resolution saying we will not allow Iran to get nuclear weapons. We will do whatever's necessary to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. This was passed by Democrats and Republicans. Okay, so Biden already has the green light from Congress to go after Iran to stop them, to stop their nuclear program, to stop any destabilizing actions that they're doing, which they've been doing for the last few months. So Biden already has the green light from Congress. Okay, he's already gotten basically a soft declaration of war from Congress. He's gotten all the approval he needs. Okay, so he can do whatever he wants at this point. He can do a full scale demilitarization, denuclearization operation on Iran, or he can do something very limited. But it doesn't sound like it's going to be limited from everything that I'm hearing, from what U.S. officials are saying. U.S. officials are saying it's going to last several days. So, you're talking about a massive campaign. If it's going to last several days, guys, you're talking about bombers and fighter jets, nonstop sorties, flying up into Iran, delivering weapons, turning around, flying back, refueling, rearming, going back up in the air, doing the same thing over and over. If it's going to take a few days, that means it's going to be a massive assault, kind of like shock and awe in Iraq. Okay, or shock and awe lasted a couple of days as well. Okay, so this is going to be a very, very serious operation, and we don't know exactly the extent of it. Is it going to be a full-scale denuclearization, demilitarization, or is it going to be partial? We don't know. It's anybody's guess, or it could be completely limited. We just don't know at this point. Sean Swanson, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Hey, Greg, after your analysis and news in Europe and the Middle East, will you please provide an assessment on the Western Pacific? No rush, though. Thank you very much. Yes, I will give you an update on the Western Pacific. Absolutely. And I'll probably be releasing a video soon about my predictions for 2024. I was supposed to do it weeks ago, but I just never had a chance. But thank you, Sean, for the donation. Yes, I will talk about the Western Pacific. Deborah, thank you so much for the donation. God bless you. And thanks for your support. I appreciate it. Aubrey loves cars. Thank you so much for the donation. Hope you're doing well. What I was trying to say is my husband spent all day in what is called the room. He came home with his special phone. They use cyber officers to shut things down so they can do the mission. When I see the phone, something always pops off. Oh, I see. Okay. So he's got some kind of special phone, like an emergency contact phone. Got it. I understand. So yeah, guys, we have a listener, reporting that, her husband works in the military for cyber. He does some cyber stuff, cyber warfare, cyber security. And apparently he just got a special phone, which means that something could be going down. This also correlates to some other intel I got yesterday. Somebody sent me an email saying that they knew someone in the Marines, and they just recently got the order to not communicate with family, that basically they're going silent right now for security purposes. The Marines are going silent. So that's a big red flag as well. This was yesterday. Somebody sent me an email about that. We also have multiple National Guardsmen going over to Saudi Arabia, supposedly to Yemen. The Houthis are in Yemen, guys, okay? But we have like the Illinois National Guard, the Kansas National Guard. I'm sorry, yes, Illinois and Kansas are both going to Saudi Arabia, supposedly to fight ISIS and Al-Qaeda, which doesn't make any sense because those groups are gone already. So that's probably a lie. And then we also have another National Guard battalion or a brigade that's going over to Poland now. So things are really escalating, guys. Pork Eating Crusader, thank you for the donation. You know it's going to be a big campaign. Yeah, like I said, guys, if they're saying that it's going to last for days and it's going to be multiple levels, so that's kind of a red flag right there. Again, this is an election year for Biden. If Biden screws up on this, he's going to look really bad in front of the American people. If he handles it well and he restores peace and order into the Middle East by, launching this massive operation, that would boost him up, actually. He would go up in the polls, okay? The reason why Biden's poll numbers are so low is because of all the chaos going on around the world between Ukraine, the Middle East, China, and then, of course, the border. But if he shows some strength here and eliminates this issue of the Houthis in the Red Sea, and then our troops getting attacked, that could, turn things around a little bit for him. So I'm sure that, this is basically a political opportunity for Biden. Okay. He can look like the hero if he, launches a pretty serious campaign. A lot of moderates will say, oh, okay, Biden can show strength when he needs to. It would restore some of his, I guess you could say, reputation. I don't know if he really had one before, but this could be an opportunity. But we'll see. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say what can happen. Nobody really knows. It's my guess versus yours. We don't know. Some people are thinking it's going to be very weak. It's very possible, but we'll see. Yeah, he did say he's not seeking war. That is true. He's not seeking war, but just because you say you're not seeking war doesn't mean anything. That doesn't necessarily mean, words are one thing. It's actions that really matters. So I wouldn't really put too much faith into that, what he said, that he's not seeking war and all that. I think they're trying to keep some ambiguity. They don't want the Iranians and everyone else in the region to know. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So E4 just took off from Offutt Air Base and then went dark immediately. Yeah, let me check up on that. Actually, I'll check up on that. Yeah, there is a doomsday plane in the air right now, presidential doomsday plane flying over Nebraska. So we also have a nuke sniffer in the air right now. So that's a red flag. We had one airborne yesterday that took off and then cut its transponder off, which is pretty unusual. So yeah, we currently have a nuke sniffer and a presidential doomsday plane in the air. Okay. So that's definitely concerning. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, though. But we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. I really hope that they do a serious response. Otherwise, more of our troops are going to die and get injured. If they don't do a serious response here, our troops are going to continue to get injured. I mean, there's been over 165 attacks on U.S. bases since October. 165 attacks, guys. That's insane. And that's just the official number that they're telling us. It could be 2 to 3 times more than that in reality. Dozens and dozens injured already. Dozens, probably hundreds of American troops injured already. 3 killed now. And these are just the official numbers they're telling us. So that's very, very concerning. If we don't do something about it, it's just going to get worse and worse. If we don't hit Iran directly, we got to hit Iran directly. That's the only way. Otherwise, it's just going to continue. Iran has unlimited resources to fund these or to arm these groups, and they're just going to keep attacking us. So we also have a U.S. RQ-4 Global Hawk flying in the Black Sea right now. Maybe something's going to happen in Ukraine tonight. We also have this aerial refueler that just went from Iraq to Qatar. But so far, it's pretty quiet over the Arabian Peninsula. If anything happens, they're going to have their transponders off anyway. They're not going to be turning their transponders on. And as far as the Western Pacific goes, My thoughts is that North Korea is probably going to do something against South Korea. When, I'm not sure, but I think we're going to see North Korea do something today this year. This year, it's going to happen. So they've already tested more cruise missiles. Third day in a row of testing cruise missiles. We also have some breaking news coming in. Apparently, the German Air Force had to send fighter jets to the Baltic Sea to escort a Russian military plane. That's very interesting. Um, and the camera on your screen is a camera from Eagle Pass. It's from Eagle Pass in Texas. Looks like we got a camera in Tehran. In Tehran here, I'm trying to see if I got a webcam in Tehran. So yeah, Western Pacific. I'm very concerned about North Korea doing something. China could do something as well, and it could all happen right before the election or right after the election, depending on who wins. If Trump wins or Nikki Haley wins, then I think you're going to see Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong Un they're all going to make their moves because they know that things are about to change. And if Biden gets reelected, they may be less likely to make their move right away. They might wait another year or two before they make their move because they feel like, oh, it's Biden. He's weak. We don't have to worry so much. But if Trump gets elected or Haley, then they're definitely going to speed up any plans that they have because they're afraid that the U.S.'s approach is going to change and they're going to get more resistance on all these different things than with Biden. So that's my prediction and my thoughts about that. We've seen that happen before. For example, right before you know what Russia did in 2008? Russia invaded Georgia in August in 2008, and that was right before Bush was going to get out of office. And that was during the Obama-McCain election. That was after Bush's second term. Bush Jr.'s second term was coming to an end, and Russia invaded Georgia in August of that year, literally just about 2 or 3 months before the election. Okay, Obama-McCain election. So, it's happened before, and I think it's going to happen again. So that's something to think about. We could see Russia attack NATO. We could see China go after Taiwan. We could see North Korea launch artillery and missiles at South Korea. If it looks like Biden's going to lose, depending on what the polls show and stuff. So that's my big concern. But we currently have a U.S. presidential doomsday plane that just took off from Strategic Command Headquarters in Offutt Air Base, Omaha, Nebraska. That's the U.S. president's plane for nuclear war. That's where the president would command a nuclear war from. And we also have a nuke sniffer. It's a special plane for detecting radiation in the atmosphere. It just took off as well. So a lot of things happening tonight. Wow, Judy Fugate, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. I hope you're doing well, Judy. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Um, so it's going to be a crazy week. This could be, this week could be very historic. Let's just put it that way. This could be a very historic week. So, just get prepared. So that's some of the latest information. I'm going to be updating the tickers at the top and bottom of the screen throughout the night. And I'll probably be doing more of these streams this week, depending on how the situation unfolds. Let's see here. Just checking for any updates. See if anything's happening right now. And this could all kick off any hour now, guys. Any hour. Um, and one of the Iranian proxies has said that they're suspending their operations against U.S. bases. The Kataib Hezbollah, that's the Iraqi Hezbollah. They've announced that they're suspending operations targeting U.S. forces, but the U.S. State Department replied and said, "We will hold any group accountable that attacks our forces." So it doesn't matter that they're going to stop. They're still going to get hit. Apparently, there were some missiles launched towards Israel from Syria. Israel responded with artillery fire. Israeli artillery pounds Syria in response to missile barrage. Developing situation. So, pretty interesting. See if I can share that with you guys. Thank you, CFS, for the donation. Darn it, JB campaign ad just popped up. Feeling ill. Oh, really? Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy that they would put that on this channel. I can limit what kind of ads they put on. Cat Q, thank you, or Captain Q, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can share this headline here. So looks like Syria hit Israel. That's pretty interesting. Apparently, a squadron of F-35s in Cyprus have been mobilized. So that's breaking news. A squadron of F-35s have been mobilized in Cyprus. So this could all go down tonight, guys. This could all happen any minute now. It's 5 a.m. in Tehran right now. 5 a.m. in Iran, or 5:30 a.m. actually. It's 5:30 in the morning. So this could go down any minute. Mandy, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're very kind. Thank you, Greg, for all you and your awesome mods do, praying for our military and allies. Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for all your support. Do I think a night or day strike? It's hard to say. They're gonna have to do it soon, though. They're not gonna wait forever, because if they wait too long, then they're gonna get a chance to move their stuff around. You know, they're gonna move their missiles, or they're gonna move their naval ships. So they have to do it soon. Time is critical. They're not gonna wait a week. Like I said, they already have. I mean, maybe they will. I mean, that would be so stupid if they waited a week. That would give them so much chance to prepare. But I don't think it's going to be too long. Everyone's saying it's going to be tonight. That this could happen this evening, but biblically speaking, Iran is not going anywhere. Yeah, that's true. Iran ends up forming an alliance with Russia, and then they attack Israel in the tribulation period. Halfway through the tribulation period, Iran and Russia and a bunch of other countries form an alliance, and they launch a surprise attack on Israel. So yes, that is true. Iran is not going anywhere. That's true. Why do I think Blinken is going to Israel over the weekend? I think because it's a last-ditch effort to basically beg Netanyahu not to go after Hezbollah. That's what I think it is. He's probably going to beg Netanyahu, please don't go after Hezbollah. Please don't go after Hezbollah. Or it could just be a discussion about, maybe Netanyahu's going to fill him in on what his plans are. and they're going to meet face to face and discuss the situation with Lebanon. But I think it's all about Lebanon and Hezbollah. That's what the whole reason for the meeting. Mostly anyway, probably like at least 60% of the purpose is for that. Because remember, over the weekend, Netanyahu was supposed to officially declare war on Hezbollah on Sunday. He might have already done that. It's just he hasn't actually deployed his forces, but he formally declared war, politically, legally declared war, but he didn't actually deploy the forces yet. But that was on Sunday. On Sunday, there was a lot of credible sources in the Middle East, Lebanese sources that were saying that they had information that Israel was about to go into Lebanon. So that if that happens, that's just a whole nother can of worms. In addition to this situation and the Houthis and Ukraine, it's just so much going on. The border, it's just absolutely insane. So, get prepared. Use your time wisely. Prepare now because all hell's about to break loose, in my opinion. We're only just 30 days into the year, 30 days, and look at everything that's happened just in the last month. It's just really spiraling out of control quickly. So, we could see a massive escalation this year in Europe as well. Like I was saying, Putin could attack the Baltics. We have multiple NATO generals that have been saying over the last 2 weeks that Europe needs to prepare for a war with Russia, that Russia could attack the NATO within 3 years, and they need to be prepared for it. We have this massive so-called exercise going on in Eastern Europe right now with 90,000 troops. 90,000 troops, guys, okay? That's insane. That's the largest so-called exercise since 1988, okay? And I don't believe it's purely an exercise. Yeah, it is an exercise, but part of it is that they're going to leave those troops there and they're going to leave the equipment there. They're going to move tanks and ammunition and stuff like that. They're going to move it all over to the eastern part of NATO, to the Baltics, to Finland, to Poland, Romania, Moldova. They're going to move all this stuff there, and then it's just going to stay there. And a lot of the troops are going to stay there too. They're going to leave a lot of the troops after the exercises are over. So it's basically a forward deployment is what this is. It's basically a showing Russia that, listen, don't try it. We're ready. And Russia may try to do it anyway. That could be a very serious situation. Yeah, I heard about the chicken farm. I heard about it. We don't know the reason for that chicken farm going up in smoke. But yes, a chicken farm did go up in smoke. Why that is, we don't know at this point. Let me just check and see if we have anything coming in right now. Any breaking news coming in? We do have this doomsday plane in the air right now, so that's pretty interesting. A lot of these planes could be flying with their transponders off too, remember that. So, just because you Just because you don't see it on radar doesn't mean that it's not there. My guess is there could be several nuclear warplanes airborne right now with their transponders off, considering the situation going on. Uh, let's see. Just checking some sources here. So yeah, Iran. Just so you guys know, Iran has already put their military and their air defenses at maximum alert. Okay, so Iran is on maximum alert right now. So is the IRGC. The IRGC is part of the Iranian military. That's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's they're on high alert right now as well. So, trying to see if I can get a camera of Iran. It's tough to get a camera of Iran. We have breaking news coming in. An American F-16 fighter jet crashed in the waters off of South Korea's west coast. The Yonhap news agency is reporting the pilot was rescued after ejecting from the aircraft. So that's breaking news. An American F-16 fighter jet crashed in the waters off South Korea's west coast Wednesday morning, the Yonhap news agency reported, with the pilot rescued after ejecting from the aircraft. The fighter jet crashed into the water and the rescued pilot is safe, Yonhap reported, adding the incident happened near Gunsan, North Jeolla province. So, good news there. U.S. Forces Korea, which oversees American troops stationed in South Korea, told AFP the Yonhap report was not wrong and said it would release details of the incident shortly. Police in Gunsan told AFP they were checking on the incident. A U.S. F-16 jet crashed in December in South Korea during a routine training exercise after experiencing what the U.S. military said was an in-flight emergency. The pilot was also rescued in that case. In May last year, a U.S. F-16 crashed during a routine exercise in a farming area south of Seoul. Wow, so this is the third F-16 to crash in South Korea in the last year. That's interesting. Interesting. So, good news is that the pilot is okay. Bad news is that we lost another F-16. So that's not good. Um, And share this out on your social media if you can. Tell your friends and family about me. Thank you, guys. Another E6 is going to be landing in DC, someone said. Interesting. Olga, how's it going? Olga, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a great Tuesday evening. Thank you very much. God bless. Let me see. Someone's saying an E4 in DC. Interesting. I only see one E4. Yeah, we do have a doomsday plane in the air. We have a nuke sniffer plane in the air. I wonder if that nuke sniffer plane is... oh, yeah, that's right. I do see there is a... I don't know if that's a doomsday plane or if that's Air Force One. I don't know if that's a doomsday plane, though. It could be. It could be a doomsday, or it could be... it could be Air Force One or Air Force Two. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. Where's that thing? I don't think it's an E4. I think that's Air Force One. But either way, that's definitely, definitely a red flag for sure. Looks like we got a C5 Galaxy, a heavy airlift plane, and an aerial refueler going overseas right now. See that near Nova Scotia? We have a C5 Galaxy and an aerial refueler. The camera on the screen is from Eagle Pass, Texas. That's the border crossing. I might actually change the camera. Get a better camera. This one seems to be more interesting. Yeah, looks like we do have Air Force One just landed in DC. It took off from looks like Miami International. It looks like Air Force One or maybe Air Force Two. I don't think it's an E4 though, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Let me see here. I'm going to just do a playback. Huh, interesting. Wow, this is interesting, guys. Look at this. This doomsday plane is flying over Colorado Springs right now. In Colorado Springs, they have doomsday bunkers. Interesting. You can see it's flying near Pueblo, Colorado. We'll see where it goes. It just made a turn. So it looks like our buddy Duramax News is reporting an Air Force One came in from Miami and went to DC. So that's pretty interesting. And then we have this Doomsday plane flying over Colorado now. It went towards Pueblo and it turned around and now it's going southeast. So I'm just checking various sources. All the latest information is in the top and bottom of the screen. Thank you once again to everybody who donated tonight. Thank you very much for all your support. Really appreciate it. Thanks to all the moderators for showing up tonight. Really appreciate you guys keeping things in check. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, so thank you. Why did the pilot have to bail? My guess is that the jet was crashing. What's better, a 40 or a 9? They're both pretty similar. 9mm is obviously cheaper and more available. It's more widely used. But if you're gonna get a 40, you might as well get a 10mm, because a 10mm can shoot 40 Smith and Wesson, and also you can hand load 10mm down to 40 Smith and Wesson levels. But then you also have the capability of shooting full power 10mm, which is like twice as powerful as a 9mm. So that's my recommendation. What's going on, Parabellum Prepper? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. I see Lorna is here, Lee Billy, Mama of 6. Housley demolition and concrete cutting. Where is the best place to have a bunker? Yeah, Idaho is good. Generally speaking, the Intermountain West is the safest part of the whole country. The Intermountain West, which is basically, like the core of the Rocky Mountains, excluding, like parts of Colorado, because Colorado has a lot of targets, nuclear war targets. So that's generally the safest place in North America. Canada is a very safe place to be, but the problem with Canada is it's a communist country. So, you have no freedom there to stockpile, to really do much. There's a lot of restrictive laws on, even like generators, wood stoves, diesel vehicles, firearms. So, if it wasn't for all those restrictions in Canada, if Canada wasn't like a communist country, Canada would actually be the safest place to be in North America, because Canada doesn't really have a lot of nuclear war targets. They have a couple, but they're not major nuclear war targets. They have a few bases that would get hit, like Cold Lake in Alberta would get hit. There's some bases in Nova Scotia and in Vancouver area for the Canadian submarine anti-submarine forces that patrol the Canadian shorelines for submarines. They would get hit. Then you have this massive bunker in Ontario. It's a supposedly defunct bunker. Southern Ontario would get hit. Then some of the NORAD facilities would get hit as well in Winnipeg. But Canada, because of the geographic isolation and because of the resources, Canada is a really good spot. Canada has just endless amount of water, endless amount of wild game, endless amount of forested mountains that you can hide in. Difficult to access, especially in the winter. So yeah, Canada, from that perspective, geographic isolation and resources is number one. But it because of the communist government in Canada, it really drops Canada down. But other than that, the Intermountain West is the best area to be. So Western Colorado, Western Wyoming, Western Montana, Idaho, Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon, Northern Arizona, Utah, and also parts of New Mexico are okay, like in the Four Corners area. Again, for geographic isolation and resources, not so much because of liberties. So, those are all good areas. All those states that I mentioned they have geographic isolation. They're far away from big cities, like, for example, like Utah, Idaho, Western Montana. They're far away from big cities. California is really far away. The Midwest and the East are very far away. So you have that geographic isolation that protects you from the millions and millions of people that will try to come through your area in a catastrophe, looking for resources. Um, and then you have a lot of those states are free states. They have low cost of living. They have a lot of different liberties. So those states are excellent from that perspective. The only thing you got to watch out for is in Colorado. You have major targets in Colorado, nuclear war targets. But the good thing is they're kind of like to the east of the main Rocky Mountains. So like you have Colorado Springs, which is where NORAD is, and there's a doomsday bunker there. So Colorado Springs, major target, and then just north of Colorado Springs, you have a major missile field in southeastern Wyoming and western Nebraska. You have 150 missiles that would each get hit with 2 warheads during a nuclear war. So that's a major threat right there. And then also north central Montana has another missile field. So you're going to want to steer clear of that. Idaho, you do have in Idaho and Montana, you also have some targets for nuclear war. You have Idaho Falls. There's a experimental nuclear reactor there that would probably get hit. They do nuclear research there, enriching uranium for our nuclear forces. So that's a target. But you also have Hamilton, Montana, which is in the what's that mountain range? I just forgot. But anyway, you have Hamilton, Montana, which is a level 4 biolab. That would get hit as well. So those are two targets. You want to stay away from Hamilton and Idaho Falls. But other than that, those are all good places. In Utah's a good spot, but you do have Hill Air Force Base, which is a major base for our nuclear arsenal. That's where they assemble and disassemble nuclear weapons in Hill Air Force Base in Utah. That's just north of Salt Lake City, so that's a target area. And then, of course, you have Area 52, which is Dugway Proving Ground. That's another target as well. So, but like the Panhandle of Idaho is a great spot. The Panhandle of Idaho, like Coeur d'Alene and north of Coeur d'Alene, or western Montana, that's an excellent spot. So, those are great areas. I've done a whole post on my website. If you go to my website, NYPrepper.com, I have an article on the best bug out locations in the country. So check that out. I'm not going to spend too much time on that here. But, in the eastern U.S., the best places in the eastern U.S., east of the Mississippi, is going to be the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee. Okay, that's like east central Tennessee, the Cumberland Plateau. The Ozark Mountains in Colorado, Missouri and Arkansas. Okay, the Ozarks. You have the Allegheny Mountains here in central Pennsylvania. And then you also have the Great Lakes, the northern Great Lakes, northern Michigan, northern Wisconsin, northern Minnesota. Those are all good options as well for the eastern U.S. New England is not a good spot simply because you're backed up against Canada. So if there's a crisis, you have nowhere to go. You're not going to be able to evacuate by going over the border into Canada because the border is going to be sealed off. So you're kind of backed into a corner, and you have massive population centers to your south. You have Boston, New York City, and then down to D.C., the giant megalopolis, the I-95. So New England's not the best for that reason. And then plus New England is very anti-freedom with the exception of New Hampshire. But New Hampshire, you're surrounded by blue states, so you can't really go anywhere. You're kind of stuck there. So that's why New England's not the best, even though it's geographically isolated. The northern part of New England is very isolated, but it's not the best spot. It's okay if you live in the New England area or the northeastern U.S., then yeah, going to the northern parts of Vermont or New Hampshire, Maine, or upstate New York is a good option. If you don't have any other options available, then yeah, that's your closest best option. But it's not one of the better places in the country. So hopefully that helps you out. But check my website out. I have a whole map. I have a map that's color coded showing you where the best areas are. And I've done a video on it, and I have a whole explanation. Right, I wrote everything in an article. So go to my website. It's all there. Alan Kunesh, thank you for the donations. I appreciate it, Alan. And Man Child, it's a funny name. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I just mentioned PA. So North Central PA, Northwest PA is one of the top spots in the eastern U.S. because of geographic isolation, far away from big cities, and you still have a relatively good cost of living and good freedoms for the most part. So that's one of the better options if you're in the Northeast or the Mid Atlantic. That's going to be one of your better options. West Virginia. A lot of people think about West Virginia, and it is a decent option, but there's a lot of negatives about West Virginia and that whole area, like the Smoky Mountains and the Blue Ridge Mountains. The problem with them is you're very close to D.C., and a lot of people from D.C. are going to be going there. West Virginia is only an hour and a half from the DC area. So everybody's going to try to go, to West Virginia. You're going to have a flood of people panicking. So you want to have a good distance from big cities. Generally speaking, you want at least 100 miles from a mega city, at least 100 miles from New York City, from DC, maybe Philly as well. Boston, you want at least 100-mile buffer, okay? Preferably more than that, preferably 200 miles. So West Virginia, you're kind of close to DC, and you're also close to a lot of the cities in Ohio, the larger cities in Ohio. People are going to go to West Virginia as well. Smokies, everybody knows about them. So that's going to be like one of the top spots. Everyone's going to want to go there, So you want to think like places that people are not going to go. Most people, they're not going to think about the Cumberland Plateau of Tennessee. Okay. So that doesn't mean all of a sudden now flood the area. And, I'm just saying, Maine is red, Portland. Yeah. Yeah. For the most part, I mean, I don't know much about Maine, but it doesn't really matter. The problem is that, the state is controlled by Democrats, and it influences the whole politics in the whole state. It limits your freedoms. Maine has a lot of restrictions on firearms. They have various types of restrictions on different things because they are a blue state. So because of that, it's not ideal for preppers. Unfortunately, it sucks, but that's just the truth. So yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of states, it's like that. It's always the cities that control the whole state. That's unfortunate. It sucks, but that's just the truth. New York City would be red or purple if not for New York. Yeah, New York would be probably purple, I would say. Without New York City, New York would most likely be purple, leaning maybe red potentially. You still have Buffalo, you still have, Albany, Rochester. Those are blue areas, but still, if New York City was gone, New York would probably be purple, I would say. So yeah, uh, I'm not trying to trash talk anybody's town or where they live or anything. I'm just, stating a fact. I have nothing against New England or anything. It's a beautiful area. I've been to Maine. I've been to New Hampshire multiple times. Vermont, beautiful areas. Love it there. But for certain reasons, it's not necessarily the best place for a prepper. Okay. I'm not saying it's terrible. Okay. I'm not saying it's terrible and that you're not going to survive at all. I'm just saying it's not the best, it's not one of the top ranking areas that you want to be for mostly because of the population density to the south and the Canadian border to your north. You're kind of squeezed between those two obstacles. So the only way you can really go is west. Okay, you can't go north because you have Canada. You can't go south because you have big cities, and then you can't go east because you have ocean. So the only way you can go is really like west. So you're kind of stuck there, Your movement is you don't have as much freedom of movement there. So that's kind of a drawback, and then plus the politics, that has an effect on prepping. I know people don't want to believe it, but it's true. I mean, politics affects prepping. If you live in a communist country or a state that's trying to become communist, it's going to be very difficult for you to do the things you need to do to be prepared, like stockpiling weapons and ammo, or training with them, or having a homestead, having farm animals, having generators, things like that are all restricted in these communist states, in communist countries. Um, and then another thing is your culture, the area that you live or where you're going to be bugging out. You got to think about the local culture. Somebody said that Maine is very red in the northern part, so that's one advantage. Is that even though Maine is a blue state, you do have this old-fashioned culture in the northern part of the state that you have a lot of hunters, a lot of outdoorsmen, things like that. So people like that are better to be around than people that have no skills and are soft. So but really there's no perfect place to be. There's no perfect place to be. You can only be in a better area. Just because you have a bunker doesn't mean you're going to be safe regardless of where you are. You could have a bunker in Idaho or a bunker in Maine or wherever. It doesn't really matter. I mean, um, it comes down to your skills and the whole picture. What's the big picture? Um, if you're somebody who's got a lot of survival skills, a lot of experience with different things, you might be able to survive in an area that somebody else won't be able to survive. Like one of these celebrities, like Mark Zuckerberg. You put him in the same situation as some blue collar guy. He's not going to be able to survive in that same situation. So he's going to need a more safe area because he has more limited skills. Shawankin, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thanks for all your info, not just today. Yeah, no problem, Shawankin. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rodney Middleton, thank you for the coffee money. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be very busy here in the coming days. This week is going to be, I think it's going to be a very busy week. Colby Widener, thank you for the donation. I hope you're doing well. I have not been to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I have not been there. Hope you're doing well, Rodney. Thanks for the donation. Somebody asked about Florida. Florida is not the best place to be because it's on a peninsula. So geographically, from a geographic standpoint, it's not good because you're stuck on a peninsula. So if anything happens, it might be hard for you to evacuate. There's also a lot of people in Florida. Florida has I forget the population, but I know it's at least 20 million. So there's a lot of people in Florida, and there's a lot of urban sprawl, and it's on a peninsula. So if there's any kind of catastrophe, you could get stuck there. It's 22 million people in Florida, 22 million people. So, there's only a few highways that go north out of the southern and central part of Florida. So your best bet, if you're going to live in Florida, would be to live in the panhandle of Florida, in some of the more wooded areas, away from big cities. That would be, get away from Orlando, get out of the actual peninsula part of Florida. You want to get out of there, okay? You want to be like north of Orlando. The panhandle would probably be your best bet because in that situation, it's more rural, and you can evacuate if you need to evacuate. You're not stuck on this peninsula. So that's my recommendation for Florida. And if you live in like southern or central Florida, then you should have a boat, because realistically, if you're going to try to bug out, first of all, if you're going to bug in Florida, you're probably not going to make it. because there's so many people there, and then you have the weather to deal with. So bugging in southern or central Florida is going to be difficult. You're going to have to bug out. So if you're going to bug out, you're going to need a boat, because you're not going to be able to bug out by vehicle. It's going to be tough because you have just like a few highways that go north, and there's going to be millions of other people trying to get out at the same time. So you need a boat. A bug out boat is what you need if you're in Florida. So hopefully that answers your question. Um, and like I said, it doesn't mean that you can't survive. You can survive in a blue state. You can survive in a city even. Everybody's different. I'm not saying that you're doomed if you don't go to these places or something. I'm just telling you what the best areas are. So this is going to be a massive operation in Iran. Massive operation. I think it's going to be a big one. Like I said, Biden's reputation is at stake here. So I think Biden's going to try to do something. I don't know if it's going to be super strong, but he'll probably do a stronger response than what we've seen so far. Because his reputation is on the line. Now it's clear that we have to do something, and if he doesn't do anything, it's just going to make him look really bad to all voters. Except just the hardcore left voters, but they don't decide elections. It's the moderates that decide elections. We have some breaking news. Apparently, U.S. Air Force has been detected along the Syria-Iraq border, and apparently the British Air Force is on the move as well. Apparently, this is coming from the IRGC Telegram. British Air Force tankers from Cyprus are heading towards the Middle East, and apparently American fighter jets have been spotted flying low in the Iraq-Syria border area. Okay, let me just update the ticker. So if you're just tuning in, all the updated information is at the top and bottom of the screen in my little tickers there, news ticker. So you can read that and you'll get updated on all the main headlines. So very interesting here. We have this nuke sniffer plane. Looks like it landed in Duluth, Minnesota. Very interesting. Or it's about to land. Look, in Duluth. That's very interesting. I've seen them fly up there a few times. Sometimes even the Doomsday planes will go up there. So this nuke sniffer looks like it didn't land in Duluth. It looks like it might be doing touch and goes. Look, that's very interesting. It went down, it went up to Duluth. It looked like it was going to land, and it looks like now it's just doing loops. Yeah, northern Minnesota is a good spot. There's a lot of geographic isolation there. We have that doomsday plane in northern Texas now. We have an Air Force One plane that went from Miami to DC. It's pretty interesting. Um, Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. U.S. will just do small airstrikes for face saving. It's possible. Yeah, we don't know. We'll find out soon. Yeah, that's very possible. We'll see. We'll see. NATO Stratotanker refueled a Poseidon over southeast Louisiana this morning and again tonight about an hour ago. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe they're patrolling the Gulf Coast for subs. Let me see. Just want to check some stuff here. Looks like Russia hit Ukraine again today with either drones or missiles. Yeah, drones. Yeah, it looks like Russia hit Kharkiv today with drones. Looks like they hit an apartment building and some kind of market. So Russia hit Kharkiv again with drones. They hit Kharkiv yesterday also. So the situation is not quieting down much. You know, everybody's focusing on the Middle East and the politics and the border, but the situation in Ukraine is still ongoing. The front line is there's still daily activity in Ukraine. You know, Ukraine just had to evacuate 9 villages along their front line with Russia. You know, Russia's continuing to hit Ukraine every day with drones. Looks like they hit Kherson also earlier today. Looks like they hit Kharkiv with 6 Shahed drones. Those are the Iranian drones. Damage to civilian infrastructure as a result of Russian drone strikes in Kharkiv. At least 6 Shahed drones. It's just crazy what people in Ukraine are going through. I mean, just imagine, just look like people here in America, like New York City. Sometimes in New York City, they have these. What are they? The sewer caps or whatever. You know, the sewer caps. They build up pressure and steam in the wintertime, and they blow up, and the sewer caps fly up into the air, and there's like a huge steam explosion. And people freak out, you know, they call the police, and the police come and shut the whole area down because of a little bit of steam, you know. I mean, Ukraine, they get hit daily by drones, by missiles, and they're still continuing with their life. They're still living their life. They're still going on. People are still going to work. They're still going to school. I mean, that just tells you how tough they are. You know, the Ukrainian people, their will and their patriotism. You know, it's pretty incredible. You know, they're very resilient, very resourceful. You know, being able to survive this onslaught for the last 2 years, and they're still standing. It's pretty remarkable, to be honest. I wonder sometimes if we would be able to survive that here anymore, because our people have become so soft. You know, any little thing, people freak out. You know, over there, it's like they get hit with drones and missiles, and it's just like another normal day. You know, over here we got a little steam explosion in New York City, and it's like World War III. You know, everybody's freaking out. What was that? You know, so you know that's what concerns me about SHTF here in this country, is you'd have so many of these people. Free Mind TV says Intel with a Q clearance says 4 a.m. Eastern time is when it's going to begin. Wow, 4 a.m. Eastern time. Man, I was hoping to get some sleep tonight, but I might have to stay up now. Witchy Girl, have you seen Biden's tweet a few minutes ago about Elmo? No, I did not. I'll have to check it out. I'll pull it up. Light Source Engraving, thank you again for the donations, man. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. I'm gonna get in touch with you after the stream. I'm gonna get in touch with you. I know I keep saying that, but I know I have to catch up on some of your messages. I just been so busy with all this news going on. Yeah, so we have someone here in the chat saying that apparently at 4 a.m. is when this operation is going to begin. Apparently, somebody with a Q clearance. A Q clearance is somebody who has access to the president. That's a Q clearance. That's the highest clearance you can get. So I don't know if that's true, but we'll have to wait and see. Danny Man, thank you for the donation. Any update on the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant or any other nuclear power plants? As far as I know, the last update on Zaporizhia was that the Russians were preventing the IAEA from accessing one of the turbines for reactor number 6. And that apparently the IAEA has still not gotten access to all of the reactors. So Russia is still not giving full access to the IAEA, which is very concerning. That was a few days ago. I can actually read to you the latest update. Let me put it up on the screen. We can read it together. But yeah, apparently Russia is still denying access to the reactors, which it's pretty sketchy. I think they're probably hiding something, probably explosives. They probably rigged the power plant to blow in case Ukraine were to try to take it back. They could just blow it basically and contaminate the whole area. The nuclear safety and security situation at Ukraine's Zaporizhia nuclear power plant remains extremely fragile, with very real potential dangers of a major accident, Director General Rafael Grossi of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the UN Security Council ahead of his 4th mission to the site early next month. So it looks like he's going to personally go to Zaporizhia. Grossi, the leader of the IAEA director, he's going to be personally going there early next month, so any day now. So that'll be interesting. He'll probably provide an update on what the situation is. Addressing the Security Council on Thursday last week for the 6th time since the war began almost 2 years ago, He warned against complacency and made clear the IAEA would stay focused on helping to prevent a potentially catastrophic nuclear accident at the ZNPP or any of the country's other nuclear facilities. A nuclear accident has not yet happened. This is true, but complacency could still lead us to tragedy. That should not happen. We must do everything in our power to minimize the risk that it does. Briefing the 15-member Security Council on developments since the establishment last May of the 5 concrete principles for the protection of Europe's largest nuclear power plant, he emphasized the importance of his experts stationed at the site obtaining the access they need to monitor adherence to these principles. Director General Grossi announced he would cross the front line to travel to the ZNPP within the next 2 weeks. So that would be either this week or next week, enabling him to assess the situation there firsthand some 8 months after his previous mission to the plant. So he hasn't been there in 8 months, and he could be going this week or next week. So this is going to be interesting to see what he says when he gets back. The last time he went to the site in southern Ukraine was in June 2023, soon after the destruction of the downstream Kakhovka Dam, which supplied water for reactor cooling and other essential nuclear safety and security functions at the ZNPP. In his address to the Security Council at UN headquarters in New York, the Director General underlined potential threats to nuclear safety and security at the site, as well as other challenges. Although the plant has not been shelled for a considerable time, significant military activities continue in the region and sometimes in the vicinity of the facility, with our staff reporting rockets flying overhead close to the plant, thereby putting at risk the physical integrity of the plant, he said. In addition, the plant's off-site power supplies remain highly precarious, as it is currently relying on just 2 external power lines compared with 10 before the conflict. So they're down to only 2 backup power lines. They used to have 10, okay? There have now been 8 occasions where the site lost all off-site power and had to rely on emergency diesel generators, the last line of defense against a nuclear accident, to provide essential cooling of the reactor and spent fuel, Director General said. So there's already been 2 instances, 8. There's been 8 instances where the power plant had to run its diesel generator. Okay, if you're at a nuclear power plant and you have to run a diesel generator, that's a very bad situation. Okay, that's like 1 second away from a meltdown. Essentially, that's the last line of defense against a meltdown. Once you run out of diesel fuel, that whole thing is just going to overheat and blow. Okay, so that's very serious. 8 occasions where they had to rely on an emergency diesel generator. Very bad. And then because it's a war zone, good luck getting shipments of diesel fuel in, because diesel generators, they go through diesel like crazy. They're massive generators. They guzzle fuel like crazy. So you need thousands of gallons of reserve fuel on the site. And even then, it'll burn through those thousands of gallons within a few days. So you need, trucks coming in to refuel that. And in the middle of a war zone, that might be hard to do. He also highlighted challenges related to the significantly reduced number of staff who are under unprecedented psychological pressure, as well as the equipment maintenance situation, the reduced number of qualified and trained operating personnel, and the challenging supply chain has had a negative impact on the maintenance of equipment, which is essential for maintaining the safety of the plant. The Director General stressed that the IAEA should have sufficient access to monitor the situation regarding the 7 pillars for ensuring nuclear safety and security during an armed conflict. There are occasions when the team has not had timely access to some areas of the plant, sometimes for months. Okay, so even for several months at a time, they've been denied access to certain areas of the plant. That's very suspicious, okay? For them to suddenly, deny access. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I think you can, right? Reports of massive kabooms in Russia. Interesting. I'll definitely take a look. I don't know if I agree Ukrainian farmland is already tainted. How is it already tainted? I disagree. They still have a lot of good farmland. Yeah, I did hear about the fire at the chicken plant. Let me see. I'm going to continue reading here. On the ground at the ZNPP this week, the IAEA experts at the plant were informed that one of the plant's backup electrical transformers that failed last week was under maintenance and that there were no indications of structural damage. The failure showed the continuing vulnerability in the availability of external power, which the plant needs to cool its 6 reactors and for other essential nuclear safety and security functions. The ZNPP said it has investigated blah, 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 blah. Also this week, the IAEA experts performed a walkdown of the cooling pond area, met with plant staff handling the site's water management to discuss how the cold winter weather may affect the cooling pond, which supplies water for some of the site's needs not related to safety, and how the ZNPP deals with any impact of ice. Prior to the conflict, the water in the cooling pond was kept warm due to the operation of the reactor units. With all 6 units now in extended shutdown, the IAEA team observed small amounts of ice in a few locations of the cooling pond. But earlier this winter, when it was colder, most of the cooling pond's surface was covered by a 2-centimeter layer of ice. Despite the winter cold, the team was also informed that there are a lot of fish in the cooling pond. Several non-tropical fish species have survived the cold temperatures and continue to clean the cooling pond water. The height of the cooling pond currently is at 15.6 meters, around 1 meter below the level before the Kakhovka Dam was destroyed, with little change in height over recent months. The cooling water for the 6 shutdown reactors continues to be supplied by the 11 groundwater wells near the sprinkler ponds. The IAEA experts were not permitted to visit the ZNPP cooling pond isolation gate during the walkdown. During other walkdowns in the past week, the IAEA experts visited the reactor hall of Unit 3, as well as the safety systems rooms of Unit 3 and 5. A small boric acid deposit was observed in one of the safety systems rooms of Unit 3. So that's concerning. Boric acid is used for controlling a nuclear reaction, and apparently there may be some kind of boric acid leak. So that's not good. Regarding the boric acid deposits in Unit 6, the Russian Federation regulatory body issued a special order on January 20th for the repair of the leak in the unit's storage tank. So Russia's trying to fix that boric acid leak now. The ZNPP informed the IAEA experts of its intention to fix the micro cracks in the tank, which will require its draining. Borated water is used in the primary coolant to help maintain nuclear safety functions. Okay, so they had to drain this boric acid tank and fix some cracks that were in this tank. Okay, and this boric acid is needed for cooling the reactor, so that's not good. Okay, So yeah, the situation there, it's still very dangerous. It's just we don't hear about it much because the media is not as interested in it anymore. They're more interested in the Middle East and Trump and the election, but it's still it's an ongoing situation. Yeah, I'll check about Russia kabooms in Russia. I'll check on that in a second here. Um, Looks like this doomsday plane might be landing at Dias Air Force Base, which is interesting. That's a bomber base. Um, Very interesting. Let me see here. So that's pretty much all the latest with the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So hopefully you found that useful. David Ria, thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're having a good Tuesday night. Thank you very much. Free Mind TV, thank you for the donation. 12:20 is the exact moment that the U.S. plans to strike. It's very possible, yeah. Someone said 4 a.m. Someone else said 12:20. JB Weld, Flex Seal. Flex Seal, that's funny, yeah. I don't think Flex Seal, do they sell Flex Seal in Russia? It might be banned because it's an American product. They don't allow American products in Russia anymore. But yeah, Flex Seal would definitely help for sure. Yeah, we don't know if that's true about, that it's gonna happen at 4 a.m. from a queue clearance. It's hard to say. Yeah, the Flex Seal guy, he passed away actually. He died, the guy from Flex Seal. He's no longer with us. Four a.m. Eastern time is 12:30 p.m. Iranian prayer time. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, because they pray like several times a day. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, it's interesting. Looks like this presidential doomsday plane just landed at Dias Air Force Base. Check it out. That it looks like that's very interesting. It landed at a bomber base. So that could have been a defense secretary. And we have this nuke sniffer doing loops near Duluth. Look at that. So something's definitely going on tonight. Something's definitely going on. I'm going to check and see. Somebody said there were some kabooms in Russia. Let me check up on that, see what's going on. See if there's anything going on. Just checking here. Apparently, Ukrainian military intelligence claims that there was a cyber attack against protected networks of the Russian Ministry of Defense. So that's interesting. Russia's Ministry of Defense got hacked. Interesting. Um, checking to see what's going on in Russia. Someone said there were kabooms in Russia. Let's see. Yeah, so far I'm not hearing of anything going on in Russia right now, but I'll double check. Apparently, looks like the Ukrainians launched a wave of drones at Crimea today and destroyed a Russian radar station in Razdalna. Interesting. More than a dozen drones attacked the Russian Air Force Unit 85683. Interesting. Very interesting. But I'm not hearing of anything happening right now at the moment. Let me just check some sources here. Taiwan's Navy just wrapped up an exercise with mine-laying ships and patrol boats off the coast of Kaohsiung. Interesting. So Taiwan is laying mines down around their coast. So that's a red flag that China's going to go in soon. And we know that China said they're going to be permanently deploying four warships, permanently deploying 4 warships to the Taiwan region. So let's see here. Looks like there was an EAM sent out earlier today, emergency action message. Let me play that for you. Let me see if I can play that for you. It's an EAM that went out earlier. So that was an EAM that went out earlier today. Emergency action message. Those are nuclear attack options broadcasted by the Pentagon to U.S. nuclear forces. And that was broadcasted earlier this afternoon. So, yeah, U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert. We have this presidential doomsday plane that just landed in Dyess Air Force Base, which is extremely unusual. I don't know if that was one of our generals, maybe Lloyd Austin, but it went to a bomber base. Okay, for an E-4 to go to a bomber base is extremely weird. And then we have this nuke sniffer plane doing loops over Duluth. Okay, it's flying over Duluth here. It looks like it's doing touch and goes. So, our military's definitely on high alert right now. Definitely. I'm monitoring the EAMs right now. I have the SDR set up in the background, so I'll let you guys know if anything starts to go off. Are you guys able to hear that EAM or no? Maybe not. Is it playing? Let me see. Hold on. Sorry about that. Looks like it didn't go in.
Echo. is syncline, syncline, break, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform. All stations, this is syncline, syncline, break, Alpha, Sierra.
Should hear it now.
Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, message follows, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, Victor, Quebec, Victor, Zulu, X-ray, Oscar, 4, Juliet, India, 3, Foxtrot, Lima, India, 2, Tango, Go, Uniform, Papa, Yankee, Victor, Echo, Delta, Alpha, Foxtrot. I say again, Alpha.
So that was an emergency action message. That's a nuclear attack option. They're broadcasted by the Pentagon, and they go out to our submarines. Okay, U.S. nuclear forces. So that's definitely a sign that U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert right now. We have this presidential doomsday plane that just landed in Dyess Air Force Base, which is a bomber base. It's very strange for there to be a presidential doomsday plane landing at a bomber base. It's pretty weird. So Lagertha says, I'm an Air Force vet. That's creepy. Yeah, it is. It is creepy. Yeah, it is. It is creepy for sure. Wouldn't they be encrypted? No. Well, they are encrypted. That message is an encrypted message. So they're saying alpha, Romeo, whatever. It's alphanumeric messages. So nobody knows what they mean except for the guys in the submarines. They have basically a list in there. They have like a booklet that shows, every single message, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, QRT, whatever. And they listen to the message and they know what it means. Okay. So it's in an encrypted message in and of itself. Therefore, it does not need to be encrypted. Furthermore, it would be impossible to encrypt because of the distance that these things have to transmit the message through. Encryption would not be, it's not possible. It's a public airwave. So, yeah, they're not encrypted. I'm sorry if that, I know there's a lot of skeptics out there, but that's just the truth. If you don't know the truth, research it for yourself, read about it for yourself before you make accusations. So, yeah, I'm very knowledgeable about certain things. Yeah, I've been covering this for years. So I've accumulated a lot of knowledge about all this stuff. So, they broadcast these every single day. These nuclear attack options. They're broadcasted every day. Some days more, some days less. It really depends on what's going on. But usually, when there's something about to go down, when there's some kind of escalation in the world, they broadcast more of them. And that's usually a sign that something is about to go down. Like this message went out to all the nuclear forces in the country. So obviously, it's a preparation before this big operation in Iran. They have to make sure that the submarines get the most updated information, targeting information in case things go crazy. The submarines have their orders and they know what to do. Okay. So it's not a test, it's normal. They do that every day. Some days more, some days very little. Usually, when things are going on, they transmit a lot of these, like 20 or 30 or more per day.
All stations, this is Syncline, break, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, stand by, message follows, Alpha, Sierra, Kilo, Uniform, Tango, Victor, Quebec, Victor, Zulu, X-ray, Oscar, 4, Juliet, India, 3, Foxtrot, Lima, India, 2, Tango, Go, Uniform, Papa, Yankee, Victor, Echo, Delta, Alpha, Foxtrot. I say again, Alpha.
So that's a nuclear attack option. So U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert right now. I'm working to see if there's any updates from somebody said there were some kabooms in Russia. I'm not hearing of anything going on in Russia. I'm hearing that they hit Crimea, is what I heard. The Ukraine launched a bunch of drones into Crimea. I'm going to actually update the news ticker here in a second. Let's see. Some breaking news coming in from Ecuador. Let's see. Wow. This is interesting. Ecuador will not refuse to transfer old post-Soviet equipment to the U.S. and will do so despite the negative position of the Russian Federation on this matter, said the country's president, Daniel Noboa. Wow. So Russia is asking Ecuador not to give the U.S. its old Soviet weaponry, and Ecuador says that they're going to still do it. So Ecuador is aligning with the U.S. That's very interesting. Obviously, Russia is not happy about that because they don't want the U.S. to, figure out how Soviet weaponry works. Because now Ecuador has a bunch of old Soviet weaponry they can give to the U.S. and the U.S. can reverse engineer it. Mary Beth Hammond, thank you. I did see your tags. Unfortunately, I cannot discuss that topic on this stream, so that's why I haven't discussed it. And yes, I did hear about the chicken farm. So yeah, I'm not discussing the topic here on this channel, unfortunately. just because it's a very sensitive topic. So I'm just going to avoid it altogether. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Um, this is very interesting. This is interesting. Let me just see something here. This is very interesting news coming from Europe. Uh, the Polish Minister of Defense signed a letter of intent with the Netherlands and the Polish Minister of Defense, the Netherlands Minister of Defense, and the German Minister of Defense all signed some kind of letter about trilateral cooperations with regards to troop movements through their territories. That's interesting. Um, that's another red flag that NATO is preparing for war. It's very interesting. So that's another red flag um, that NATO's preparing for something. Can you guys still hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. What's going on, Lissa Lou? Okay, you can still hear me? Okay. Texas is quiet right now. What's going on, TW Perry, Judy Fugate, Juliana Moore, House Lee Demolition, Gene W, Vegas Backyard Prepper, Paprika Pauline, LB Rules, Kim Treadway. Thank you guys. I see a lot of you guys are still in here. Smoky Mountain Prepper, how's it going? Mountain Adventures says here in Denver, Colorado, the military move all the equipment to the bases and moving helicopters around the streets. Wow. That's very interesting. Yeah, I've heard from various sources that there's been a lot of movement in Colorado area, lots of troops being moved around. So that's a very concerning. Smoking Swamp says you're here resting your eyes. Please explain why landing at that particular base is creepy. I didn't say it was creepy. I just said it was unusual. For a presidential doomsday plane to be landing at a bomber base is pretty weird. Doesn't mean it's creepy. It's just unusual. Um, my only guess is that there was some kind of VIP on that plane and he had to go to the bomber base for whatever reason to inspect the bombers, maybe check if they're ready, ahead of this big operation. I have no idea. Um, so, it's just very unusual, so like you can see here this E4B Doomsday plane. You can see it took off from Offutt Air Base in Omaha, and then it went down all the way to Abilene, and it landed at Dyess Air Force Base, which is extremely unusual. So, my guess is it's probably Lloyd Austin, maybe Lloyd Austin or one of our generals that went to the bomber base to inspect it, make sure everything's working right before things go down. You know, because I think the bombers are going to be involved in this operation for sure. There's going to be bombers involved. So if it seems like they're going to be using bombers, if they're using bombers, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of strikes. If that's true, if they're going to be using bombers, so Sally, thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're doing well. God is always in control. Hallelujah. Thank you, Greg. God bless. Thank you, Sally. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we're still waiting to see what's going to happen here. Papa G, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, and thanks for all your kind words. I've seen you on the channel before. Scott Dijkstra, thank you for gifting memberships. I hope you're having a good Tuesday evening. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it looks like this week, potentially tonight, but very, very soon, we're going to see this historic event take place, which is going to be a U.S. operation against Iran. Yeah, and somebody asked earlier if I think they're going to hit the Navy, the Iranian Navy, and my answer is most definitely. They're definitely going to hit the Navy. I have no doubt. They have to hit the Navy because if they don't hit the Navy, Iran's Navy is going to target all our oil fields, and they're going to swarm our ships and everything. So yeah, they have to hit the Navy. So yes, they're definitely going to hit the Navy. How much, how many, targets are they going to hit? I have no idea. We'll have to see. We'll wait and see. I'm trying to find cameras of Iran, but I can't find any cameras from Iran because it's such a closed off country. It's like North Korea, so it's hard to find any cameras from there. Um, Trying to find some. Actually, here we have some here. Let's see. They just don't give a good view of the city of Tehran. I'm trying to get a view of the city. Let's see. And looking for a camera from Tehran. So the U.S. is not going to wait too much longer. I don't think they're going to wait too long. Yeah, it's hard to find any cameras of Iran, unfortunately. Um, we have an official statement from the U.S. about the F-16, the Kunsen Air Base. An F-16 Fighting Falcon assigned to the 8th Fighter Wing here experienced an in-flight emergency over the Yellow Sea and crashed at approximately 8:41 a.m. today. The pilot ejected safely and was recovered at around 9:30 a.m. He is conscious and was transported to a medical facility for assessment. So, that's pretty much it. So this F-16 pilot had to eject, but no word on anything else. It looks like he's doing okay. Thank God. That's a good news there. Apparently, there was a radio blackout. A lot of people are reporting radio blackouts the last 2 days. Let's see what the National Oceanic Administration says. So far, it's quiet there. I'd like to see if I can get some cameras from Iraq and Iran. Heather Murray, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Oh, you actually gifted 10 memberships. Wow. Thank you, Heather. God bless you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We're almost at the halfway point of the week. Almost at the halfway point. I got to put my garbage out tomorrow. Or tonight, actually. The garbage comes once a week over here. So if I miss the garbage tonight or tomorrow, then I have to go and drive it to the dump. God is always in control, says Sally. Amen. Yeah, God is always in control. Everything is happening now for a reason. So just trust in God. Michelle says, same here, Greg. Just took mine out. Oh, yeah. Let me see what Biden's tweet is. Everybody's talking about that. So let me check that out. Let's see here. Everyone's talking about that Elmo thing. Something about Elmo. Just checking some sources here to see what's going on. Stand by. We have breaking news coming in. A U.S. F-16 just crashed off the coast of South Korea. The pilot has been recovered. He's doing okay, it seems like. Um, See that Biden tweet. Everyone's talking about it. Let's see what that's about. He made a tweet about Elmo. Yeah, so yeah, no big deal. I don't know why everyone's making a big deal. He just posted something about Elmo. He wrote, "I know how hard it is some days to sweep the clouds away and get to sunnier days. Our friend Elmo is right. We have to be there for each other, offer our help to a neighbor in need, and above all else, ask for help when we need it. Even though it's hard, you're never alone." And then he just shared Elmo. Um, it's pretty funny, man. I haven't watched Elmo in many, many, many years. Wow, good old Elmo. Um, so interesting. Let's see if I can get another flight tracker up here. Um, this is interesting. We have Magma 10 over here, another reconnaissance drone. Looks like it might be heading to the Middle East. Wow, that's interesting. It's probably going to Israel. See if I can get a map, or I'm sorry, a webcam from Israel. We got one right here of the Western Wall. We got one from the Western Wall. There's an ad going on it right now. Let's see if I can. We got a live camera of the Western Wall here. Let me get that going. Let's put that up on the screen. Mandy, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you. I sent the cam view you were looking for. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we got a live camera from the Western Wall in Israel. And then we got a camera from the border. Where's the trucker convoy? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Somebody said that it's going to start at 4 a.m., the operation. Yeah, U.S. fighter jet did crash in South Korea. Yeah, 4 a.m. our time is what someone was saying. We'll see. 4 a.m. our time. Yeah, right now it is 7:30 in Tehran. Tehran is 8.5 hours ahead of Eastern time. 8.5 hours ahead. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be just right back in a few minutes. Be right back. Hold on. I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, so I just got to get up and move around. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me know if you can hear me. See a lot of people dropped off. Let me know if you guys can still hear me or not. Okay, you can still hear me? Okay, Roger. Thank you. What's going on, Earth Angel? How's it going? Angela Commander, how's it going? Angela Dunn, Kim Treadway. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about the Take Back Our Border rallies either, so I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out soon what's gonna happen with that. So yeah, I just had to get up and get something to drink and walk around a little because I was sitting for like the last 3 hours. Um, but Trump released a statement 20 minutes ago. Someone said emergency broadcast. Guns and Gadgets has an update on the trucker situation. Guns and Gadgets is a good channel. Good channel. I've watched him for years. We have Magma 10, this reconnaissance drone, NATO reconnaissance drone heading towards Israel now. So that's a sign that something could be getting ready to pop off. We have this RQ-4 Global Hawk patrolling the Western Black Sea. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. We still have this nuke sniffer doing loops here over Duluth. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Jeremy says, I feel your pain. I sit in the driver's seat of my semi for 11 hours a day. Wow, that's a long time. Wow. Yeah, truckers have a tough job. Very tough job. Let me see here. Just checking for any new news. Checking for any new news here. Sun is coming up in Israel. You can see the Western Wall here. Mike Subchinsky, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the donation. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for showing up tonight. Yeah, if not for truckers, we would have very little. That's very true. Mike Subchinsky, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. How long am I going to stay up? I'll probably stay up a little while longer. I'm probably going to stay up a little while longer. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Good to see you, Earth Angel. Mama of 6 is still up here. Still on the stream. Yeah, trucking in the winter is super dangerous. Trucking in the winter is super dangerous. I have a friend who was a trucker, and he told me it was just super stressful. I'm not hearing anything on 8992 right now. I'm just hearing static at the moment. Maybe I need a different SDR. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything right now on the 8992. Got a U.S. aerial refueler in South Korea right now. It's pretty interesting. This call sign is funny from this Argentina FAG003. I'm not going to say it, but if you read it, it's pretty funny. What location do I have the selected SDR? I'm not sure. Let's see. It's in the Washington, D.C. area. So that's in the Washington, D.C. area. Maybe I have to go closer to Offutt Air Base. Maybe I got to get closer to Offutt. Looks like Elon Musk made a Terminator robot. Let me see if I could put this up on the screen. Elon Musk is nuts. Absolutely crazy guy. I'm not a big fan of him. He's the one that wants to do the Mark of the Beast technology, the Neuralink. He wants to do the Neuralink. Fried deer meat sounds awesome. Yeah, that would be nice. Fried deer meat. Good night, Thomas Oster. Thanks for tuning in. Ghost Rider says, I don't doubt he'll screw this one up. I liked Ronald Reagan a lot. Ronald Reagan is the man, was the man. Let me see if I can get this on the screen, this new robot that Elon Musk made. Let's see here. I don't know if you guys can see on the bottom left. It's a new robot that Elon Musk made. Looks like a Terminator. Look at that thing. That's insane. And they're gonna put artificial intelligence in these things. You know, it's a real life Terminator. Absolutely insane. Wow, crazy times. Living in some crazy times. We got some planes here. What's this? Interesting. Got a P8 Poseidon here with looks like some refuelers. Interesting. Got two aerial refuelers and a P8 flying over Nebraska right now. That's pretty interesting. What's that? Oh, what's that? We have what could be a Cobra ball coming down from Alaska. Interesting. It's pretty quiet over Europe right now, but it usually picks up in the early morning hours here. Running Shoes is asking, did you see that one of Trump's officials got carjacked? No, I didn't see that. Interesting. No. Wayne Bryant says, Eastern Washington, I hear you loud and clear. Check out the General Dynamics robots. Oh, I'm sure they have. I'm sure they already have real life Terminators. I mean, if they made a movie about it, like how long ago? 1980s, early 80s is when the first Terminator came out. I'm sure they already have it. If Elon Musk is building Terminators, I'm sure our government, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, all those big contractors, I'm sure they already have stuff in the desert in, what is that, Plant 42, Skunk Works. Pearl Lost says, hello, NYPrepper. Greetings from the Kootenay, British Columbia. Indeed, I question Elon Musk's sanity. Why would he be wanting to build robots? I think they are creepy and scary. Yeah, 1984. Yeah, the first Terminator. Um, I get some viewers from interesting places. We have someone from British Columbia. The other day, there was someone from the Himalayas at 5,000 feet. Someone in the Himalayas was watching me. People from all over the world watch me, from Scotland, from all over. It's pretty cool, actually. Um, Love to travel to some of those places. But yeah, if they already made movies about Terminators, 40 years ago now, that's 40 years ago, okay? I'm sure the U.S. military already has real life Terminators somewhere in one, an Area 51 or one of these other secretive bases. I'm sure they already have them, Um, the U.S. Air Force actually tested not lasers, plasma railgun. The U.S. Air Force tested a plasma railgun in the early 90s, and they were able to accelerate a plasma toroid that was 1 meter in diameter to like a speed of several thousand kilometers per second. They used an electromagnetic rail, and they generated a plasma toroid, and they used the rail to accelerate the plasma toroids. So that was in the early 90s. They already had plasma weapons in the early 90s. And, they've classified it. So we don't know what the status is now. But if that was like 30 years ago that they developed that plasma railgun, so imagine where it's at right now. Aldo Schmedek says we have exosuits already for military to lift heavy loads. Yeah, they have the exosuits. Yeah, they have all kinds of crazy technology. I think if we truly had access to the technology that the U.S. military has, I think our mind we wouldn't be able to comprehend it. It would be like a shock. The type of advanced weapons that the military has. But yeah, we already have plasma weapons. You know, 8992 at .62 filter. I'll check it out. A phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. Such a classic line there. Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. So crazy. Um, yeah, Elon Musk is like a mad scientist. He wants to set up base. He wants to set up cities on the moon so people could move into those cities. He wants to have wires in your brain so you can connect your brain to devices. Totally crazy. So the sun is rising over the Western Wall in Israel right now. That's the Western Wall on the bottom left. You can see the Temple Mount there. We still have this nuke sniffer. Okay, now the nuke sniffer's going back. The nuke sniffer's going back to Offutt Air Base after doing a bunch of touch and goes in Duluth. It's going back now. Someone said they're from Edinburgh, upstate New York, Oklahoma, Kentucky, New Zealand. Wow. New Zealand, watching you now for months. Keep up the good work and take care. Wow, New Zealand, beautiful area. Northern California, Virginia, Iowa, Skynet, Uzi 9mm, phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. How about those flashlights that are like lasers and burn things? Vader McAlcohol says, Greg, your channel is huge now. Damn, been with you for the last 4 years. Wow. 4 years, so you've been with me for a while. Wow. You were probably with me back when I was still in New York and I had like maybe just a couple thousand followers, right? I kind of miss those days. It was more simpler back then. Now it's getting crazy. Is it true that they banned AK-47 cartridges in the U.S.? Not that I'm aware of. I think they just banned imports of it from like Russia because they don't want American businesses giving Russia money. So you can still buy AK-47 ammo. It just has to be domestic. It can't be imported. So no imported AK ammo, as far as I know. I think from like allied countries, it's okay. Like from Poland or like Eastern Bloc countries, it's okay. But I think like outside of NATO countries, you can't buy any imported ammo from like Russia or Serbia or places like that. Greetings from Vancouver, British Columbia. It was minus 25 here 2 weeks ago with snow. Today it was 18 Celsius. I'm starting to plant my garden this weekend. Love your channel. Yeah, it was the same thing here. A week ago, it was also very cold, probably also the same, like minus 25. And then a couple days ago, it was like 10 or 15 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's been a very warm winter here for us. Um, we've been very fortunate this winter and last winter. It's been very easy. Normally, we get hit really hard here with a lot of snow and wind chills and ice and none of that. This not much of it this year. So it's a blessing actually. I mean, I love the snow. That's the only thing. I love snow. I love snowshoeing. I love tracking in the snow, and I wanted to film some winter survival videos, but doesn't look like I'm going to be able to because the snow has already melted off. It's funny. We had like 2 feet of snow a week and a half ago. We had 2 feet of snow, and I got my truck stuck in like 3 feet of snow. And I went back to the same spot where my truck got stuck, and there was no snow there at all on Sunday. It's crazy. The swings are just insane. Um, but yeah, we've had a very mild winter this year. Someone said Western Australia. Joe Gonzalez says, hello from Oregon. Keep up the great work. Yeah, Oregon is very nice. Oregon is very nice place. I always wanted to visit Oregon. Especially Crater Lake. Crater Lake looks beautiful, and that's that area of Oregon. You said you started watching me when you were 14, and now you're 18. Wow. Andy Glue says Johnstown, PA. Okay, Johnstown. I passed through Johnstown a few weeks ago, or a few months back in November. In November, I was passing through Johnstown. Jeff says these flashlights are available to the public now. It was a military redevelopment. I've never been to Love Valley, North Carolina. No, what's over there? When do I think the nukes will drop? I think it could happen this year, later on this year or next year. A lot of, we're getting to the quarter century mark. 2025 is the quarter century mark, and usually big things happen, around that time. So I think it could happen later this year or next year potentially. Um, I think we're going to see a big escalation in Europe this year. I think Russia's going to try to go after the Baltics. So, yeah. Mike Subchinsky, thank you for the donation, and it was great to see you. And yeah, God is with us. That's for sure. Thanks a lot for all your support, Mike. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless. It's good to see you. Mark White says Baltimore, Maryland, where every day is SHTF. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Baltimore is very dangerous, right? Um, I'm checking for updates now, guys, see if there's any new news coming in. 3 F-16s down is strange. Makes me wonder if weird weapon is used against them. Yeah, there were 3 F-16s that were taken down in South Korea over the last year. It is very strange. Very unusual. What's going on, Benjamin from Annapolis, Maryland? Good to see you, Benjamin. Let me see here. Yeah, so we got Magma 10, this RQ-4 reconnaissance drone heading towards Israel. This could be related to the possible operation. Wow, the sun is really coming up in the Western Wall in Israel. So far, the Texas border situation has quieted down, but I think it might be popping off soon. Look, we got some vehicles here that the National Guardsmen just let through. Maybe they're police of some kind. They just closed the gate off. The nuke sniffer's coming back from Duluth. Let's see if there's any other interesting planes that have taken off. So we got this E4 doomsday plane that just landed not too long ago at a bomber base. Presidential doomsday plane landed at a bomber base, which is pretty weird. We have some breaking news coming in. Iran's representative to the UN said any attack on Iran, its interests, or nationals outside its borders will be met with definitive response. Breaking news. I'm going to update the ticker. Breaking news. Iran's representative to the UN is saying any attack on Iran, it's outside or inside its borders, it will be met with a definitive response. Wow. Any attack on Iran, its interests, or nationals outside its borders will be met with definitive response. Wow. I hope we go tell them where to shove it. Wow. Things are really getting crazy, guys. Really getting crazy. Wow. Country Girl says hello from Idaho. How's it going? I live 50 miles east of LA. I'm in Nuke Zone. Don't forget to take my trash out. Yeah, I'm going to go and take the trash out in a few minutes. In a little bit, I'm going to take the trash out so I don't fall asleep and forget. Just tie the Iran message to a missile. That's a good idea. South Central Missouri here. How's it going? Are you in the Ozarks? Alan says, watch Tijuana area on military flight track. Always suspicious. Recon drones, AWACS, probably a starting spot for invasion or Soviet subs. That's a good point. Yeah. We do a lot of exercises over there near Tijuana. We do a lot of exercises there. But yeah, it's definitely a place to watch. Trying to see if I can't get some cameras here of the Middle East. Maybe we can get a different camera for a change, just to see something else. What kind of cameras do you guys want to see? What if I had a camera of some beautiful beach in the Caribbean? That might be a nice camera, like Jamaica or something. just to change it up. Cancun. We got a camera of Cancun. Oh, it's dark over there. Yeah, because it's in the middle of the night. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna switch for a second cameras. Just looking for something a little more interesting because I think the border it's quiet right now. Maybe I'll put on something else. All the while there's a war raging in Ukraine. Nobody's talking about it, but there's a war raging in Ukraine now. Still, the front line gets shelled every day. So Colby Widener says striking Iran could cause an instant chain reaction and nukes could be launched. Yeah, it's very, very possible. Yeah, I'm trying to find a camera of Iran's capital. Cat Sui, how's it going? Cat Sui says hello from the Arctic Circle. Wow, that's insane. Arctic Circle, wow. In Sweden. That's insane. Stay warm up there. So you must be like all the way up in northern Finland. Northern Sweden, I'm sorry, all the way up in northern Sweden. Kobe had a question. Oh, about the nuclear war? Yeah, it's possible. Anything can happen. It could set off a chain reaction. We really don't know, so we have to be prepared. Absolutely. Uh, Iran's, as far as we know, Iran does not have any nukes. At least none that could reach us. But what they could do, and this is what my fear is if the U.S. does anything short of a proper strike, what'll happen is Iran will immediately retaliate against our oil fields, and they might launch missiles at Israel and cause a escalation. So that's one of my fears. So basically, the U.S. they have to make sure they get it right. They have to take out all of Iran's capability to hit us because they are going to retaliate. There's no doubt that Iran is going to retaliate somehow. So we have to neutralize all their capabilities of retaliating. Otherwise, they're just they're gonna take out our oil or whatever. So It's very concerning. Russia will get involved if Iran is hit. It's possible Russia could get involved. It's possible Russia could get involved. Yep. Um, we know that the Russian Security Council met with the Iranian Security Council about a week or two ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? I think now. About a week and a half, maybe. Nikolai Patrushev with the Russian National Security Council went to Iran and they signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Iranians. So Patrushev is the most powerful figure in Russia, one of the most powerful. He's more powerful than Putin. Patrushev basically gave Putin his job as president. Okay, Patrushev is the top dog. So Kat Sui says, "I'm fine, thanks. The winter is like Narnia here. Beautiful." Yeah, I'm sure it's beautiful. I love the cold climates. People think I'm crazy, but I actually really love it. You know, I think it's very unique. So yeah, it must be very cold up there. What's the temperature like up there now in northern Sweden? What's the air temperature? Greg, other than nukes, what could Russia do to the U.S. since they are tied up in Ukraine? Uh, that's a good question. What could they do? Um, it's a great question. Yeah, there's a lot of things they could do. They could do cyber attacks. Um, they could do conventional attack on NATO. But if Russia is going to attack the U.S., then they're gonna go full bore and they're gonna launch nukes because they have to, because if we respond, their strike has to be a serious strike. It has to be a solid strike if they were to attack us. So because they know we would retaliate. Danger Close is asking, why isn't the media talking about the protest in Paris? 15,000 police and armored vehicles. Yeah, I'm gonna check up on that. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm going to check up on the France situation with all the farmers blockading all the highways. As far as I know, the farmers blockaded all the roads that go into Paris, not going out. So they're still allowing people to leave Paris, but they're not allowing people to go into Paris. All the major highways have been blocked. Greg, look at Eastern Kentucky for SHTF. No major road east past I-75, Hazard County. Rough Mountains, 3 to 4,000 feet. Cumberland River starts there. Pikeville, it's a good area to be surrounded by thousands of hills. Yes, Eastern Kentucky's definitely good. It's definitely a good area for sure. It's definitely a good area. The only drawback I would say to Eastern Kentucky is some areas, not all areas. There's a lot of poverty, so you can run into situations where people may break into your cab. If let's say you have like a cabin that's unattended for long periods of time, and you just have that as like a survival retreat, and you plan to go there if there's SHTF, there's a lot of break-ins. I mean, that happens everywhere, but there is a lot of poverty in eastern Kentucky because of the old coal fields. Um, and then you have some groundwater contamination because of all the old coal mines, all over the place. There's still a lot of active coal there, so you have contamination. But so you just have to be careful for those two things, I would say. And that goes for where I live too. There's a lot of groundwater contamination here in certain spots. There's actually a river not too far from my house that has acid mine drainage. The whole river is red. It looks really weird. Like the whole river is just red. It's really weird looking, but it's from acid mine drainage. So you just have to be careful. Any of those old coal areas, like Eastern Kentucky, uh, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, any of those areas, you always have to be very cognizant of the fact that those are the top coal producing states in the country, and they were for many, many decades. So there's a lot of old mines all over that, there you could buy a house that's literally on top of an old deep mine, when they used to mine underground, and you could have a sinkhole open up if that mine collapses underground. You could have a huge sinkhole in your yard, or you could have some buried waste, or something, get into your aquifer. So you just have to be very aware of that and research, the land, and try to get some information on what's going on there, underneath your feet, and what historically, if there was any mining underneath your feet or in that area where you're buying potentially a property or a house, whatever, whether it's seasonal or bug out location or primary residence. You should be aware of that, and make sure that you're not, buying a house or a piece of land right on top of an old coal mine, because especially back in the day, they were very sloppy with, what they would do with all the different waste and byproducts. They used like arsenic and all different chemicals to clean the coal, to separate the coal from the soil. So they would dump all that crap in the ground and just bury over it, and that was like 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even longer. I mean, I know at least here, they've been coal mining here since the 1800s, so, you're talking about 200 years of coal mining. So, you just have to be aware of that. Um, would the U.S. use nukes? Yeah, the U.S. would have to use nukes. If we get attacked, we'd have to retaliate. I mean, but that's my biggest fear is, my biggest fear is that Biden, he's not going to launch on warning, because that's the nuclear doctrine we have right now. Is the U.S. has a policy of launch on warning. So that means basically, as soon as we get the alert that there's missiles coming, we automatically launch. We respond automatically. We have to, because if we don't, then they're going to destroy our missiles, and we're not going to have anything left. So because of that, we have to launch immediately. As soon as we find out someone's launching at us, we have to launch immediately back. But a lot of Democrats, and it actually started under Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was the first one who had this idea of eliminating launch on warning, because he felt that that's what would cause the nuclear chain reaction. The nuclear war chain reaction is that, The Russia would launch at us, then we launch automatically back, and then it just goes back and forth until we expend all of our arsenals, thousands of warheads, and then the world turns into a irradiated wasteland, and there's mutated cannibals walking around, and so Bill Clinton, he's like, oh, why don't we just eliminate launch on warning? We'll just absorb the first strike so it doesn't go into a full-scale nuclear war. We'll just absorb the first strike. But the thing with nuclear war is it doesn't work that way. The way it works is that nobody's going to launch one nuke or two nukes or five nukes or 10 nukes. Nobody's going to do that. If Russia is going to nuke us, they're going to nuke us with 500 warheads, not 5 or 10. So in that case, if we don't launch immediately, they're going to wipe out all of our nuclear arsenal, and we'll just be basically at the mercy of Russia at that point. All our ground-based silos will be destroyed. The only thing we'll have left is our subs and some of our bombers. So they would wipe out like half of our arsenal if we don't launch on warning. So it all started with Biden, or not Biden, with Bill Clinton, and then after Bill Clinton, it was Obama. Obama was pushing for that same thing to eliminate launch on warning, and then Biden was even considering it. Biden was considering it, and he was also considering eliminating our first strike. A lot of Democrats and all these arms control activists were pressuring him to eliminate America's first strike in our nuclear doctrine, which is stupid, But so yeah, hopefully that makes sense. So what concerns me is, Biden's just not going to retaliate when we get the warning that the missiles are launched, and he's not going to launch. He's just going to let them land, which is just so dumb, BLM, yeah, I heard about what happened in Bucks County. I don't want to talk about it here because it's a sensitive issue, and I don't want to discuss that. But yes, I heard about it. I'm not really too worried about it. It's not a big deal, really. Some crazy guy in PA, in Philadelphia suburbs. How is that going to really affect anything? I mean, that happens every day in the world. Some crazy person does that. I'm not going to waste too much time talking about it. The mainstream media is going to be harping on that for the next 24 hours, I'm sure. So let me just check and see if we have any new planes coming in. We do have a British aerial refueler that just turned its transponder on. Could be going somewhere interesting. We have a Ukrainian military plane that just took off from Poland, from Krakow, Balice Airport. Looks like it's going back to Ukraine. It's interesting. Hello from Ireland. How's it going? Knoxville, Tennessee. I've been to Knoxville a few times. My parents live in Tennessee, and sometimes we go to a church in Knoxville. We go to a church there. GUN sales are probably skyrocketing. I'm sure they've been skyrocketing the last few years. That's why the Democrats are so frantic now, because they're afraid that people are arming up. With everything going on in the world, people are arming up, and the Democrats are scrambling to pass more gun control. Isaac Bliek says it's very clear Russia doesn't care to inhabit territory. Look at Ukraine, they use scorched earth tactics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, their whole philosophy is if we can't have Ukraine, nobody can have Ukraine, and they're just going to destroy it, basically. Yep. What's going on, Lexi? Angela Dunn, thanks for moderating. I can't believe how many people are still live here. It's incredible. Lots of people. I don't think I've ever had this many people for such a long time in a live stream. Good night, Mama of Six. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you moderating. Good night, and God bless. Tammy's asking, how soon do you think we will fire nukes? Hopefully not soon. I'm not sure, to be honest. But like I said, end of this year and going into next year, that's my time frame for big escalations. End of 2024 into 2025 is my time frame. So get prepared. Aaron Bonat says waiting on some 3-inch triple-aught buck for my Mossberg 590 A1. Yeah, a lot of recoil on those triple-aught buck rounds, especially with a lighter shotgun. I have a bunch of those triple-aught bucks. They're good. They actually don't penetrate as good as double-aught buck because the balls are bigger. The pellets, they're not really pellets, they're round. They're like round, but they have a little bit larger diameter, so they don't penetrate like the double-aught buck. But they have a lot more surface area, so larger wound channel. Kathleen McCarthy says I'm retired, so I can stay up late if I want to. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying it. It looks like you're enjoying your retirement. Christopher James, there was a person here from British Columbia and also from Vancouver earlier. Live and well in Canada, waiting and watching. Some emergency squawk in Anchorage. Interesting. We have this Cobra 45 plane going from Anchorage to the U.S. Looks like a reconnaissance plane. Looks like it's going to Offutt Air Base. It could be a Cobra Ball. And we have this nuke sniffer coming back from Duluth. It was doing touch and goes in Duluth, and now it's going to be landing. Looks like there's probably a lot of planes with their transponders off tonight. Oh, this is interesting. Look, this RQ-4 that was going to the Eastern Mediterranean, it just turned its transponder off, or it just lost reception. We'll see, but it looks like it was heading to Cyprus. So this strike is imminent, guys. This strike is imminent. It could happen any hour, any day. I think it's going to be this week for sure. We have RC-135 coming out of the UK. Looks like it might be going north to the Russian Arctic. It's probably going to do a Russian Arctic mission going up to the Northern Fleet. Yeah, 33 millimeter is double aught buck, and 36 millimeters is or not 33 millimeters. It's 0.33 inches for double aught and 0.36 for triple aught. Cat Sweet, if SHTF is in Sweden, how can I defend myself without guns? Sweden doesn't allow guns. Yeah, I know the laws in Sweden are very strict. I have heard though that in Sweden and a lot of the European countries, you can get rifles if you're part of a hunting club or if you plan to hunt. So my suggestion would be to try to get a rifle license in Sweden for the purposes of hunting. I know in a lot of the European countries, not all of them, but like I know like the Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, that you have to like take a test and you have to demonstrate that you can shoot well, and it's just a license for the purposes of hunting with your firearm. So my suggestion would be to try to in your community find someone who's a hunter. I'm sure there's people that hunt in Sweden. I've seen videos of lots of good hunting in Sweden. You have moose, you have bear. I mean, there's lots of hunting opportunities in Sweden, and I've seen a lot of Swedish hunters. So I would see if you can get in touch with someone, maybe someone a friend of yours, maybe someone you work with that hunts or knows somebody that hunts or has a family member that hunts, and ask them how they got their license for their hunting rifle, because a good hunting rifle in many ways is really all you need for SHTF. Yeah, it's good to have like a assault weapon, like an AR or AK or something semi-automatic with a lot of capacity, but a good hunting rifle with a good scope, and you can protect yourself with that, and you can provide food for yourself. So I would look into that. And if that's too difficult or you have trouble with that or it takes too long, I would first consider making sure that you're in good shape, like physical fitness. So make sure you can run without running out of steam. Make sure you have good cardiovascular endurance. um, I would look into knives, different types of knives. uh, I would look into this sounds funny, but fire extinguishers. If you get a certain types of fire extinguishers, if you spray somebody with a fire extinguisher, that's going to cause some damage. At the very least, it's going to disorient them. But if you get them right in the face with a fire extinguisher, that's going to give you some time to get away or to fight back, whatever. Plus, fire extinguishers have a lot of use, besides just self defense. If there's SHTF, you're going to need fire extinguishers, because if you have an accidental fire in your house, you don't have running water, you need a way to put it out. So fire extinguishers are good. I would look into knives. I would maybe consider some kind of self-defense martial art training. There's all different kinds out there. But I would pick something that's practical. I would stay away from any kind of flashy stuff. Pick something practical, and pick something that teaches you use of different types of weapons. Like Filipino martial arts uses a lot of weapons. Even like the Israeli Krav Maga is a good one. They're very practical. So hopefully that helps. That's my suggestion. There's other things you could do. I mean, I would get yourself a dog also. Dog. Get yourself a dog, a large dog. Get yourself a large dog. The large dog will not only be able to protect you, but also it's a natural dogs are a natural alarm system. If there's somebody coming into your house, they can smell it. They can smell. Their noses are very sensitive. If somebody's following you or somebody's trying to break into your house, dog, I would say get a good sized dog. Good sized dog with that has a good temperament. You want a dog that has a good temperament. You don't want a dog that has a terrible temperament that's too aggressive. You want to like a lot of the sheep dogs are the best because the sheep dogs they were bred to protect. That's what they were bred for. So any kind of sheep dog used by sheep herders, for the purposes of protecting sheep from wolves or bears, get one of those, and that would be my recommendation. Also, um, there's all different kinds of things you can get into. Arnie Olson says move to Finland. Interesting. Is Finland a little more lenient with firearms laws? Earth Angel Anna says I have a cattle herding dog mix and a sheep herding mix. Yeah, sheep dogs or cattle dogs are the best. Because they're not too aggressive, because they have to protect the sheep. They can't attack the sheep and then also attack the wolves. They have to protect the sheep and be able to distinguish. You know, so that's my recommendation. Would be a large dog, a sheep dog of some kind. Um, Fire extinguishers, knives. You know, I mean, even just common tools like a pitchfork. Even like a shovel, a nice pointed shovel. I mean, there's so many different things that could potentially be used for self-defense. Um, Even just common house tools. But I would say a dog would be a huge help, a good sized dog with a good temperament. And then look for anybody in your neighborhood that's, a hunter, and they might be able to help you get that license so you can get a rifle. You know, it might be a long process, but it could be worth it, especially in Sweden, because in Sweden, you guys, I mean, I know northern Sweden's probably different, but I know like southern Sweden, they have all those issues with the migrants attacking people and women getting raped and stuff in Sweden, by a lot of these, uh, Islamic extremists. So, yeah, definitely it's an important thing for you in Sweden. Jeff Carrero says my ex-girlfriend, she'll scare anyone. That's funny. When are those new Magpul PMags coming out? Which ones are you talking about? Rebel Edge says I'd love to have my question answered. Greg, do you think we'll have civil war here before war in the Middle East? Um, no. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I would say no. I think Middle East is going to be first, but it's hard to say. It's I can't. It's hard to say. I don't know. It's a good question. It's tough. It's a tough one. Kat Sui says thanks. That helped. I'm glad it helped. I'm glad it was helpful. Somebody said Perennies dogs. I got a Shih Tzu that thinks she's a wolf. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. That's funny. You check and see if there's any new information coming in. Checking some sources here. See, I'm going to try to change one of the cameras here. I have the west wall on the bottom left, and then I have the border on the top right. I think I'm going to change the border, or maybe the west wall. We can't even see anything because the sun is coming up. It's shining into the camera, so I think I'm going to change the west wall to something else. And we just had a Ukrainian military plane flying in southern Poland. It's pretty interesting. Maybe I'll get a Polish web camera. That might be cool. They have this camera next to one of the stork's nests. That would be cool. See, I'm trying to get a panorama view of the Polish mountains for you guys. I haven't been there in a few years. Pretty tall mountains, the Carpathians. Something different for a change. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's night time over there still, but the sun should be coming up soon. Actually, no, the days are real short in Poland now, this time of year. Let's see here. Maybe we'll get a view soon. I'll get a panorama view of the mountains here. Lori's Thrift Kitchen Party Pantry I think you missed my earlier request. I'm on hospice care for end stage renal disease. Could you please pray for me? Thanks for sharing that, Lori. I'm sorry I missed that. Everybody, we got a prayer request. Lori, where are you located, Lori? Where do you live? Travis Air Force Base is active right now. So if you guys could all pray for Lori's Thrifty Kitchen Pantry. She's in hospice care now for renal disease. So please pray for her, guys. Pray that God heals her, and pray for her family. Keep her in your prayers, guys. Lori's Thrifty Kitchen Pantry, Central Florida. Lori from Central Florida is battling kidney disease. Please ask God to heal her and help her family with this ordeal. Thank you for watching, Lori. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. I bet the weather's real nice in Central Florida. At least you're not freezing over there and you get a lot of sunshine. Over here it's miserable and cloudy and cold. I'm jealous of all that sun you have over there in Florida. And thank you so much for watching, Lori. I appreciate that you watch. Thank you so much. I'm in Central Florida between Tampa and Orlando. Okay. That's a nice area. That's a nice area there. I'm definitely going to keep you in my prayers, Lori. I'm going to pray hard for you. You know, I believe in miracles. God has provided so much for me. I've personally experienced a lot of miracles in my life. So, you know, we just have to pray for a miracle, basically. We do have a lot of aerial refuelers and something off the coast. We have some refuelers off the coast of San Diego down in here. This is just an exercise, just so you guys are aware. This is an exercise. They do these every now and then. Bunch of aerial refuelers here off the coast of San Diego. They always do exercises there, so I'm not too worried about that. Looks like that nuke sniffer came back and landed. Looks like one of our webcams turned off. Got to refresh it. This is the village in the Polish mountains. It's a downtown. It's called Zakopane. It's a Polish mountain town. It's still night over there. Um, Dustin P., thank you for the donation. One of the few preppers in San Francisco. I'm sure there's not a whole lot of preppers in San Francisco. Interesting. Um, um, yeah, San Francisco definitely doesn't have a whole lot of preppers, I'm sure. Lori says, thank you all so much. It really warms my heart more than you know. You know, San Francisco is a beautiful city. I mean, it's a really beautiful area. Driftwood, PA. How's it going? Driftwood. Why does that sound familiar? Is that in Clearfield County? Sounds so familiar. Oh, yeah, I know where you are. Yeah, Driftwood. You're right near Cinemahoning. You're in elk country. Yeah. I filmed a video from there. I saw a whole herd of elk in your area, not far from Driftwood, right in Cinemahoning, actually, downtown Cinemahoning. I saw a bunch of elk right in downtown, right by the bridge that goes to Wyckoff Run. I saw a whole herd of elk there. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's hard to say what's going to happen. It's hard to say what's going to happen. What's going on, Paul Pardue? I beat bladder cancer. That's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that, Paul. That's incredible. Do I think militias will stop attacking? No, I don't think they're going to stop. I think they're going to continue. I have no doubt they're just going to keep doing it. See, I'm going to get some different cameras up. We can watch different things rather than just the same things all over all the time. The Texas border and stuff. We've been watching that for a while. I got cameras of the Polish mountains now. The sun is just coming up over there. I'll be able to see the panorama of the Polish mountains and the downtown there. Just something a little more laid back. We got these two planes here. This is interesting. We have this RC-135 rivet joint reconnaissance plane that just got refueled midair. Looks like it's heading towards Poland or the Baltics, or possibly Romania. Actually, it looks like it could be going to Romania. We'll see where it ends up going. But this one aerial refueler, this one RQ-4 was heading east, and it just turned its transponder off. You see that? Near Crete, just south of Crete. This was RQ-4, Magma 10. It turned its transponder off, so that's pretty unusual. Definitely related to the response, I'm sure. Very interesting. Disappeared from flight tracker. Hope you guys are enjoying this stream. I know it's maybe a little boring now because not much is going on. But thank you guys for staying up with me. You know, this could happen any hour now, any day. So, you know, that's why I want to stream so I can cover. It's going to be a pretty serious retaliation. A lot of people are saying it's going to be minimal. I don't believe that. I think it's going to be pretty serious. I think it's going to be a pretty serious retaliation. Simply because Biden has no choice. If he doesn't do anything, it's, you know, it's going to make him look real bad politically, you know. So it's interesting. This RC-135 just disappeared. It's weird. Huh. Yeah, the sun is coming up in Poland there. You can start to see the mountains a little bit. It's getting brighter. -41 in Mississippi. 41. Okay. I don't know what the temperature is in my area. I think it's like 30, something like that. KL says we got up to 65 in Nebraska. Wow. Wow, 65. That's so warm. And wasn't Nebraska like -20 the other day? Or the other week? It was like -20. Hector says, no, brother. It's all good. We're here with you. Let's ride this out together. Rose says, thank you and the mod team for the stream. I'm new today, but I'm hooked. Thank you, Rose. Sierra Star, how's it going? KL, thanks for moderating. Earth Angel Anna still here. Wow. Earth Angel Anna, thanks for staying up. How many bottles of water should be stored? Yeah, generally you should have, at least a gallon of water per day per person for at least 2 weeks. So If it's just you, 2 weeks, that would be 14 gallons. You could get by with half a gallon a day, but let's say 1 gallon per day per person for 2 weeks. So if you have one person, that's 14 gallons. Two people, that's 28 gallons. That's my general rule of thumb. And the reason I use 2 weeks as the number is because that's how long you would need to shelter in place if there was a nuclear war. You would have to shelter in place for 2 weeks. So you want to have at least 2 weeks of water on hand. So it's interesting. This RC 135 that was here just off the coast of England just turned its transponder off. Isn't that strange? That's really weird. It's really bizarre. It just disappeared. A lot of funky things happening. Good thing is the weather situation is pretty quiet. We don't have any major solar flares. We don't have any major polar vortexes coming. So that's the only good thing. I'm actually going to check real quick on the El Nino situation and see what's happening with the El Nino. Yeah, the El Nino is weakening now, so that means that we're going to start to see some temperatures cooling off soon. The El Nino is weakening. So we'll probably have a more normal summer. Potentially a cooler winter next year. Alan is asking if Iran is hit hard, it's possible terror cells might be activated here. So be ready at all times. Homework, car, leisure. Keep some preps with you wherever you go. Yes, that's very important. Very important is you definitely want to keep some like a bug out bag or uh, bug out bag is very important, and just be prepared at all times. Be ready. Be aware of your surroundings. Absolutely. Make sure you have everything you need. If you go to work and you work far away from home, make sure you have everything you need so you can get back home. Have a small bug out bag. Doesn't have to be anything crazy, just even just a bottle of water, a canteen, and some fire starting stuff and self defense tool, just basic stuff. Stock up on potassium iodide. Exactly. Yeah, stock up on potassium iodide. That's right. Yeah, anybody outside of the U.S., if you don't mind, tell us where you're from. If you're outside of the U.S. watching the channel now, tell us where you're from. I'm curious. Oh, here's a nice camera. Check this out. Polish Mountains. Wow. It's a really good camera. Check that out. Look at all the snow. The sun is just coming up. I'd love to know what other countries we have in the chat. Oh, I just read that already. Why so much military activity off the coast of California? They're doing an exercise. They always do exercises there. Tobias is from Germany. How's it going? I've been to Germany before. Japan. We have North Island in New Zealand. We have someone from the UK, Alberta, Canada, Liverpool in the UK, South Australia, France, Algeria. Wow, Algeria. That's so interesting. British Columbia, Canada, Australia, mate. South Australia, Canada, South Australia, Port Pirie. I don't know if I said that right. Southern California, Toronto, Finland. Wow, Finland. Beautiful country. Australia, Germany, Vancouver, Toronto. Lots of people from Toronto. Colombia, South America. Wow, I think that's the first time I've heard someone say they're from Colombia on my channel. That's really interesting. Wow, it's really warm over there, I'm sure. It's probably real nice. Ontario, India. Wow, India. That's cool. The Netherlands. Got a bunch of different U.S. states in the house tonight. Guam, we got someone watching from Guam. Wow. From Bhutan. Wow, Bhutan. How can someone send a private message? You can go through my website. If you go to my website, there's a contact form. You go to my website, use the contact form. You can also send me an email, NYPrepper85 at gmail.com. NYPrepper85 at gmail.com. What's going on, Mockingjay? Good to see you. Michael Stride says you're from Russia. Interesting. Sussex, UK. Looks like Alaska. Yeah, those are the Carpathian Mountains. Carpathian Mountains, so they're pretty tall. They go up to like 8,000 feet. Yeah, they're very. It's pretty cold over there. Pretty, because it's very far north, So it's pretty isolated area. A lot of bears over there in that part of Poland. There's a lot of bears in those mountains. A lot of brown bears. I've been there several times, just never in the winter. But I've been there in the summer, and even in the summer, it's cold. It's like in the 30s in the summer. You go in like June or July, and there's still like areas that have like snow. It's pretty insane. Mockingjay is from Southern Virginia. RDNZ is from South Island, New Zealand. Greengrass is from Toronto, West Virginia. I love West Virginia. West Virginia is beautiful. West Virginia has some really nice scenery. Victoria, Australia, Toledo, Ohio, Kansas City, Missouri. Wow. Someone's in Iran. Wow. Wow. What's going on over there in Iran? Are you experiencing anything unusual? It's so cool to see all these people from all over the place. Wow. It's crazy. You can also contact me on Patreon, or you can contact me on Twitter. There's different ways to get in touch with me. Yeah. I'm going to see if there's any other cameras I can set up. I don't know what. It's hard to find a camera of like Iran. They don't really. They don't really allow me to show it. I'm just going to check and see the latest news. Naughty Clown says nothing unusual in Iran, just peace before the storm. Well, hopefully the storm won't be too bad for you. Hopefully it won't be bad for the civilians. Let me see here. I'm just checking to see if there's any updates. We got a view here from one of the top of the mountains there in Poland, looking down in the valley. I'm going to check for some other cameras from other parts of the world. In a little bit. Look at that sunrise. It looks amazing with the sky is like orange and pink. Looks really cool. Anna says, I'm making everyone late night prepper pancakes. Get your plates. That sounds good. Janusz says that's Gievont. Yeah, Gievont. Yep. That's right. You know, in West Virginia, there's the New River Gorge area is really pretty. By what's that town called? Can't remember. Have to check on the map. But like New River Gorge is a beautiful area. So it looks like tonight so far no operation yet. Looks like it might be tomorrow possibly, or sometime later today. So far no operation on Iran. So I'll be back tomorrow night with more coverage. Or if something happens during the day, I'll go live during the day. But I'll probably be back tomorrow night with more coverage. So um, thank you guys for all your support, all your comments, all your prayers. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. Really appreciate you all. Let's see what other areas should we get a camera of? What other country? Look at that sunrise. That looks beautiful. Wow. Wow. Powerful Prep says you never see KLW live anymore. Yeah, KLW, he has his private network that he broadcasts on. So he's on his private network, and he also goes on Rumble a lot. So good night, Rodney. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. And I'm going to send you an email tomorrow. Hopefully, catch up with you. Something going on in Oklahoma? What's going on in Oklahoma? Oh, big boom. Oklahoma. Annie Guralchik. How's it going, Annie? Breaking news in Oklahoma. A pipeline went kaboom. Oh, wow. Let's check that out. That's interesting. Let's check that out. See what's going on there. Let's see. Oklahoma. Got to check up on that. Let me see what's going on in Oklahoma. So this is history about to unfold. Oh yeah, I see. We got some footage here. Let me see if wow, gas pipeline. Wow. Yeah, that there's a lot of those pipelines in Oklahoma. They do a lot of drilling there and everything. Wow. I'm gonna try to get it up on the screen. Hold on. I'm trying to get a good view. Wow. That's insane. Holy cow. Looks insane. Let me get that up on the screen. Wow. So here's a picture coming out of Oklahoma. Hopefully you guys can see that. I may have to make it a little bigger. But you can see the car in the background there. The car looks so small. It looks insane. Good night, Mockingjay. Thanks for tuning in. How's it going, Harley Lady? Good night, Harley Lady. Looks like a gas pipeline. A gas pipeline went kaboom in Oklahoma. It looks like it just happened recently. Lori's Thrifty Kitchen Pantry. Thank you, NYPrepper, for the prayers. I can't say enough how much I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No problem, Lori. I'm praying for you, and everybody here is praying for you. I'm going to keep praying for you. So thank you so much for watching me, and I appreciate that. God will never forsake you, Lori. I agree. The Roche 22. I agree. Yeah, I'm going to be praying for you, Lori. Yeah, that flame is insane. Look how big it is. I'm going to try to make it larger just so you guys can see how big that flame is. I'm going to make it full screen. So you can see the car and the power line underneath. On the bottom, you see the power line, the power pole. Look at how small the power pole looks compared to that. That's absolutely insane. It looks ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely in the end times, guys. There's no doubt about it. I have no doubt that we're in the end times right now. Look at all this stuff going on. It's just totally insane. I actually have a video. I'll share the video. Let me see if I can get that video. There's a video here. It just looks insane. My gosh. This happened in Beaver County, Oklahoma. Oh, I got a good one here. This is a good one. Look at this. So there we have some footage. Uh, Sorry, it's a little bit laggy. I have a lot of stuff on my computer in the background. Got these two webcams going at the same time, so that kind of makes it lag a little. Good night, Aldo. Take care. Lori says, you all have me crying happy tears. Yeah, those flames are massive. Looks insane. Looks ridiculous. So yeah, this is in Beaver County. Beaver County somewhere. Looks crazy. I'm gonna step away from the computer for a few minutes. I'll be back in a little bit. I gotta just do something. I gotta take my garbage out. So gotta take my garbage out and take care of some biological processes. So I'll be right back. And yeah, I'll be right back in a little bit. Thanks to all the mods. I see you guys are laughing. Looks like the State Department met in Iraq today. Interesting. Funny comments. Dude, when do I sleep? I usually sleep in. I'm a late night person, so I'll be up a little longer, but I'll be right back, guys. What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. Sorry about that extended break. I had a bunch of stuff I had to do. I had to take the trash out. I had to clean some dishes. I had to just do a couple of things around the house. So, thank you guys for staying up. Um, what's going on, Parabellum Prepper? I haven't seen you much lately. I hope you're doing well. Titan Intel, good to see you, Titan Intel. Thanks for all the cam info. Michelle Burson, Crow TN, how's it going, Crow? Kim Treadway, how's everybody doing? The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies by Nicole Apelian. I'll check it out. Herbal remedies are very important. So those are the mountains in Poland. Those are the Carpathian Mountains in southern Poland. Yeah, I had a lot of stuff I had to do. I had to do a lot of stuff around the house. So, yeah, a lot of stuff. I didn't get a chance to do it today because I had I had to do a video earlier. Then I went live. So, you know, time just passes so quick, before you know it, the day is over and you didn't get anything done around the house. So, I'm going to see, does anybody have any updates on what's going on? Because I haven't checked the computer. Looks like this reconnaissance plane from Anchorage landed in Offutt Air Base. It's pretty interesting. We still have that exercise off the coast of San Diego. Looks like a lot of planes here in California tonight. I'm gonna work on getting some other cameras. I just put the Polish mountains up for now, just for something different, instead of always, same old, just something different, something more positive, I guess. Mountains are always a nice thing to look at. You know, I'm checking for other interesting cameras we can check out. Checking for any updates here, any breaking news. So it looks like no operation tonight, no strikes tonight so far. It might be tomorrow then. We have some breaking news. Apparently, the Houthis fired naval missiles at the USS Greeley. So the Houthis launching missiles at another U.S. warship. Just came in about an hour ago. Wow. They just keep hitting all our ships. It's insane. So that's the third warship that was targeted in the last 2 days. They targeted the Lewis Puller, then they targeted the USS Gravely, and now they targeted the Greeley. Um, the only thing that sucks with some of these cameras, they time out. They do that on purpose to save bandwidth. They don't want someone running the camera constantly because it takes up bandwidth. But uh, it sucks because I can't leave it up all, for a while and walk away. Otherwise, it turns off. But yeah, these cameras are of the These are the Tatra Mountains in Poland. It's part of the Carpathians. I've been there a few times, actually. So LB Rules, thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you in here. I hope everything's going well with you. Scott Ritter is a jack off. Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter's a moron. I don't know how people take Scott Ritter seriously. I mean, the guy's a pedophile, a convicted sex offender, spent time in prison. He's actually a felon, and he went to Russia now. So yeah, Scott Ritter. I don't know how anybody could take him seriously. Yeah, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna get some rest soon. Yeah, the Polish mountains are beautiful. They are very beautiful. This is one of the most beautiful places in all of Poland. There's like a huge valley here. Um, but yeah, tons and tons of snow. No shortage of snow there. What's interesting is they've never had the Olympics there. Poland has a whole thing set up for ski jumping and different types of Olympic events, but for some reason the Olympic Committee, they've never picked Poland to do the Winter Olympics. I mean, they've picked like all these like communist countries like China and these other places, but they won't pick Poland. Maybe because Poland has too many Christians and they don't like that. I don't know. um, we need a 24-hour chat and stream. Yeah, I got to get a better computer for that. This computer I have is not made for that, but I got to get a special dedicated computer for that. I'm debating on doing that. The only thing I don't like about the 24-hour streams is I notice, like with YouTube, when I was doing them in the past, YouTube would like demonetize them, or it would trigger some of their scanners. So like YouTube has like certain scanners that what they do is they scan to make sure that you're not trying to do like any kind of fraudulent traffic. They call it invalid traffic or fraudulent traffic. Essentially, what it means is like, let's say you have a video and they have certain scanners that can detect if you're trying to basically artificially inflate your traffic, either by like letting your videos play on a separate computer Like, let's say you had another computer or you're on your phone and you put your playlist on your phone and you were just letting your playlist go through all your videos all day long in the background to try to increase your watch hours and increase your views. YouTube has like certain scanners and they can detect that. And what happened in the past when I was doing these overnight streams is it would somehow trip their scanner, and their scanner would realize that I wasn't actually there, that I was just letting it play in the background and I wasn't there. I wouldn't check in. Let's say like I would go to sleep and I would leave it up while I was sleeping, and they would end up deducting like half of my revenue and taking my views away. So I'm a little bit nervous about doing that now. So I'd rather just do these types of long streams where I come in and out, you know. So Christians are persecuted worldwide. Yes, they are persecuted worldwide. It's definitely true. It's all about the money with the Olympics. Whoever pays the most gets it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think they like Poland because Poland is 90% Catholic. You know, a very traditional country. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Can we please vet the Oklahoma story? Yeah, Ritter is an anti-Semite. Uh, Ritter is literally hoping for there to be. Ritter is literally like hoping that Israel's gonna lose. I mean, he's a scumbag. He's a scumbag. He cheers when Ukrainians get hit by missiles. He like cheers it. He's nuts. Yeah, he's evil. Piece of trash. I'm looking for some other cameras. Let's go somewhere exotic. What about like Africa or something? Why don't we check out like Africa, Uganda? Oh, that's pretty. Look, check this out. I found a camera in Uganda at some safari lodge, safari safari bush lodge. Oh, there's giraffes. That's pretty cool. Let's check that out. Oh, the giraffes are gone. Looks like there's a croc there though. Oh yeah, let's put that on. That'll be cool. I'm gonna change one of these. I'm gonna leave one camera of Poland, and then we'll put one camera of this lodge, this safari lodge in Uganda. That's gonna be interesting. Let's see. They were showing giraffes earlier, though. That's pretty cool. It's like a watering hole. Maybe we'll see some giraffes come back. Right now it's buffering. Man, that sucks. Maybe it'll load. It's buffering. Should should start to work soon. Yeah, so I'm concerned about doing like a 24-hour stream because I'm afraid YouTube, it'll trip their sensors and, they're going to hit me with invalid traffic. And, sometimes that invalid traffic, they hit your whole channel, not just that particular video. So they deduct like half your revenue. So I don't want to mess with that. I'll probably just do something like this for now, so I don't get hit with the invalid traffic, because that could really mess you up, mess your channel up. Was there an event that started you to be interested in prepping and started your YouTube channel? Yeah, I have an explanation on my website. If you go to my website, NYPrepper.com, and there's an about section. So basically, it was the 2008 economic collapse, I guess, with all the banks that disappeared overnight. You remember Bear Stearns? Bear Stearns disappeared overnight, and then we had AIG, another massive bank that just completely vanished overnight. Oh, look, guys, there's giraffes. Check that out. Look, we got a giraffe here. That's crazy. Look. Isn't that crazy? Wow. It's so majestic. Check that out. Hopefully you guys can see that. I zoomed it in. Check that out. Multiple giraffes. Oh, there's a younger one too. Check that out. There's a young giraffe over there. Oh, wow. Multiple giraffes. Look at that. That's insane. They're going down to get a drink. It's funny. There's actually a croc sitting right there, sunbathing. You see the croc? And the croc doesn't even bother dealing with the croc doesn't even bother the giraffes, because they know that, the croc's not going to be able to kill a giraffe. So they just look at that croc just laying there. That's so funny. But yeah, there's a bunch of giraffes here. Look at that. That's cool, man. Maybe I'll zoom it in a little so you guys can see. Looks like there's some storks over there. That's pretty wild. Yeah, so the 2008 financial collapse, that's what, got it started for me. And then all the sketchy stuff with Obama's background. That's another thing that kind of got me into it, with Obama and all his ties to, communism and just lots of weird stuff with Obama. Wow, a lot of giraffes here. There's like a dozen giraffes. Look at that. All this weird stuff with Obama, his ties to communism and everything going on with also that actually. So what happened was we had the financial collapse in 2008, and then at the same time Russia invaded Georgia, and then Obama got elected. With him getting elected, and all those three big things, I would say, would be the financial collapse, the banks going under, the ensuing economic collapse and recession, people losing their houses, the mortgage crisis, the Russia invading Georgia, and then what else? And then Obama getting elected and all his sketchy ties. So those three things kind of really got me into prepping, and that's when I realized that the world was at a turning point, and we were going downhill, and it's an irreversible spiral downhill, and that I had to get prepared, basically. So that was my main motivation, and then my YouTube, I didn't do my YouTube until 2017. 2017 is when I did my YouTube. So, um, I was prepping for many years before I started YouTube. I just decided to start YouTube because I was bored, and I thought it would be fun to try and see what would happen, and it was just something different, something fun. So that's what it was. So hopefully that answers your question. Hopefully hopefully that gave you some insight. But I was, even before I got into prepping, I was always into firearms. Um, I was always into firearms. I was always into hunting, the outdoors, being in the woods, hiking, fishing. I was always an outdoorsman, ever since I was a kid. My parents took me camping when I was a kid, and I just fell in love with the outdoors. So I always had certain skills before I got into prepping. It's not like some people, they get into prepping, and then as soon as they get into prepping, they start, let's say, buying guns or start, practicing wilderness survival. That was something that I was always into before I got into prepping. It's just I never got into like the food storage aspect, like long-term food storage and nuclear war survival, EMPs, things like that. Bugging out. I never had like a bug out bag until, probably about 15 years ago. But what's going on, Alaskan Ballistics? Good to see you. It's probably, what time is it over there? Like 10 p.m.? Good to see you, man. Hope everything's going well. Have a 22, a 308, a 5.56, a 9 millimeter, and a 12 gauge, and buy plenty of ammo. Great ideas there. From the man himself, Alaskan Ballistics, 22 LR, a 308, a 5.56, a 9 millimeter, and a 12 gauge. Pretty much can do anything with those, and they're very common. You can find ammo for them anywhere. You can scavenge it. You can reload it. There are plenty of power for almost any situation. So yeah, those are great options there. Yeah, bug out bags, especially in Alaska. Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe if you're in like in Alaska, in like the city somewhere, it might be a good idea. Like if I don't know how big the cities are in Alaska. I'm assuming they're not super huge, but I guess if maybe you worked in like a city somewhere in Alaska, it might make sense if you got to walk home. You know, but yeah, I mean, in general, I think a lot of people, they have an unrealistic expectation of bugging out. They think like, they think that they're gonna, hike into the mountains, with 15 pounds of gear on their back, and that's going to be enough. You know, it's it's uh, it's very dangerous. The mountains can be very dangerous. There's so many different hazards. And you got the weather, you got insects, you got dehydration. You can twist your ankle, you can sprain, you can tear your ACL or something climbing up a mountains. So it's I think for a lot of people it's not, it's more fantasy than reality, I think, for a lot of people. Kim Treadway, I followed you a long time ago but had no net for a bit, but I'm glad I'm back. So glad you are doing well and have so many followers. Thank you, Kim Treadway. Yeah, another thing with bugging out in Alaska is if you bug out in Alaska, you'll just end up being lunch for some bear or some apex predator, or you'll get trampled to death by a moose or something. So I mean, plus, there's not a lot of people in Alaska anyway, so it's not a big deal really. Alaska's more of a bug in place. Yeah, a lot of night owls here. Alaskan Ballistic says get home bag, yes. Bug out bag, no. Yeah, I guess depends on your definition of a bug out bag. Bug out bag is kind of like a general term. Um, I guess most people when they talk about a bug out bag, they're thinking about like I guess a get home bag. Um, but I think if you're talking about like bugging out to the mountains on foot, that's kind of more like a I'm never coming home bag or inch bag they call it. Yeah, I'm not a supporter of the inch bag. I mean, I guess if you have totally just no other option, then yeah, but I guess at that point you take the risk, but um I mean, even if you have a decent four-wheel drive vehicle with decent tires, even just basic all-terrain tires on a any four-wheel drive vehicle with all-terrain tires and a set of tire chains, you can get pretty far back in most places of the country, of the world. Even like a cheap RAV4, some little RAV4 or something, you can get pretty far back, and that saves you from having to hump everything on your back, 100 pounds of gear, and you just find a good back road somewhere, get real deep, and then you can set up a camp, by your vehicle, or you can set up a vehicle tent. That's much better than putting everything on your back and thinking you're just going to walk out there to just totally exposed to the elements. That's not smart. Um, yeah, get home bag is definitely very important for everyone. I think everyone should have a get home bag, regardless if you work in a city or live in a city, or it doesn't matter. You just never know when trouble strikes. You're 10, 20 miles from home and you get stuck somewhere. It's winter time and you slide off into a ditch. You may have to leave your vehicle and walk home, or whatever the situation is. um, or if we're talking just worst case scenario, if there's a nuclear attack while you're out somewhere, um, or if there's an EMP and you're out away from home, um, it's good to have some kind of get home bag with just basic tools. Right, yeah, why leave all the resources at my house to bug out? Bugging in even if the Russian zombies are parachuting over. Yeah, you know, if you're gonna bug out, it obviously has to be there has to be a reason why you're bugging out. I mean, I think if you live in I think bugging out is the best for people who live in the city. If you live in like the outer suburbs or you live in the country, there's no point in bugging out really, unless something unusual happens that would force you to have to evacuate, like a dam ruptures and you're downstream of the dam and there's going to be a wall of water coming in, or whatever the situation is. But if you're like in the outer suburbs, in the country, it just doesn't make logical sense to bug out, you know in most cases. It's You can't generalize obviously, but um, but I think for people that live in the city, especially a large city with no resources like New York City or LA or Chicago, some massive mega city like that with like multiple millions of people, in that case bugging out may be superior to bugging in, because once the power goes out, nothing's going to work. You're not going to have any water, you're not going to have any food, you're not going to have any heat, because most people in the cities, they live in apartments. So once the electricity goes, they're not going to be able to pump natural gas into your heat, or if you have electric heat, uh, everything is just going to be shut off. Only thing is that you'll at least have a shelter in an apartment. You at least have four walls and a roof, and it's relatively sturdy and resistant to radiation. If you're in a solid apartment building, the one advantage is you have a lot of concrete around you that blocks radiation. Um, but in that case, it might be better to bug out. But you need to have a good plan too. You don't just want to walk out there. Got to have a plan. Like I said, ideally a good four-wheel drive vehicle with decent at least all-terrain tires, a set of tire chains just in case you go through some mud or something or ice, and then you can load that thing up and just drive out. That would be your best case scenario. Assuming that the EMPs don't affect your vehicle, assuming that the roads are not blocked by other people trying to do the same thing. So, bugging out just exposes you to a lot of risks. Do I think the U.S. is waiting to for Iran to get Iran off guard? Uh, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible they're trying to get Iran off guard. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're going to wait too long unless they're just it's possible. Anything's possible with Biden. Anything's possible with Biden, so we just don't know. Um, but anything, I mean, we don't know what he's going to do. But I mean, logically, they don't want to wait too long. RAV4s aren't cheap these days. Yeah, the price of everything is going up. Yeah, Alaskan Ballistics. If you're looking for tire chains, there's a good store. They're located not far from me. They're in PA. It's called tirechain.com. Tirechain.com. They have chains, all different kinds of chains, and they fit. You put in your tire size, and they'll give you whatever chains they have for that'll fit that particular tire. And then you want to also get those what do they call the tensioners? So it just puts tension on the like where your outer part of your wheel. They're usually like metal. It's like metal springs kind of, and you clip it and it holds everything tight. But I always keep a set of chains just in case I need them. You never know. So I always keep a set of chains, and at least for your rear wheels, at least one pair of chains for your rear wheels is, you don't necessarily need four chains for each wheel. Um, it's also risky. You could tear out your brake lines in the front because the clearance is usually a lot less in the front wheels. But at least the rear wheels, it's safe to use tire chains on almost any vehicle. Um, Front wheel drive, you're going to want to put them on the front, obviously. But like we're talking like a truck or SUV, it's usually safe to put them in the rear, um, and then just put it in low four, and you'll be able to crawl through a lot of stuff with that. You know, But yeah, tirechain.com, check them out. And they have the ones that I have. I have the square chains. Those are the longest lasting. You can also get boron chains that are like really hard. But I paid just $160 for a pair of alloy square chain. I think that's a good deal. Yeah, I mean it depends on your vehicle, but you have to check your vehicle, see what kind of brakes you have and how everything is set up. But there's always a risk if your chains come loose or they break. you could accidentally tear your brake line, because the brake line, you'll probably be able to see if you go in, stick your head into your wheel well, and you'll see like a little brake line coming in. It's very small and thin. um, if you have a set of chains there and it breaks or comes undone, or not even just that, it could kick up debris like stones or pieces of ice or something. It could hit that little brake line and break it, and that would be an issue. um, so just to be on the safe side, I don't run chains in the front. I just run them in the back. If you're in a situation where you need chains on all four wheels, um, probably don't want to be on that in that situation to begin with. I mean, I know a lot of people with trucks that run chains on all four. Um, Usually it's okay as long as you tighten it well and you don't go too fast and you don't abuse the chains so they don't break, and you check on them, make sure they're tight. It's usually okay, but there's just a risk. There's just that risk that could happen. And for me, it's just not worth it. You know, then you'll really be stuck. If you're way out there somewhere and you tear your brake line out by accident, especially if we're talking in the winter, oh man, that would be catastrophic. You got to think about how you're going to get that thing out of there with no brakes in the front. See you later, Michelle Burson. Studded tires are good, but studded tires are only good for like icy conditions or packed snow. But studded tires are not going to be super useful on you know in mud or in deep snow. Studded tires are more for street driving, for highway driving. You need a little extra grip on the ice or something, but it's not going to help you off road as much. For off road, you need a good set of chains and proper tires. The tracks that you mount to your tires, I've seen those before. I haven't actually tested them out, so I can't tell you for sure how good they are. Um, so yeah, good winch. If you can't get a winch, you can at least buy a come along and get a proper recovery strap. Get a recovery strap and get a come along. They have come alongs that you can get that are like rated to like 7,000 pounds even. So for like a normal size truck or normal size SUV, that's enough. It'll be a lot slower than a winch, but it's better than nothing. Winches have their issues too, so you should still get a. Even if you have a winch, it's always good to keep a recovery strap and a come along, because your winch can fail. What happens if you burn it out? It's an electrical device. So it's always good to have something manual and a come along. I mean, it's not the best, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, you can get a come along. Yeah, $12. Yep, exactly. Yeah, you can go to Harbor Freight or Northern Tool. I got to come along at I think it was Harbor Freight or Rural King. I think at Rural King I got one for like $30 or something crazy. And yeah, always keep a come along, a recovery rope. Um, you know, I mean, that's just like the bare bones. Keep some recovery boards. The traction boards, you buy them for like less than $100, and they can really get you out of a jam. You know, keep a shovel. What's going on, Gypsy Stacker? I lived 12 years at 9,600 feet in the Colorado Rockies and 6 years up north in Minnesota. Oh, wow. Wow, that's some real high elevation to live at. Wow. Alaskan Ballistic says I had a friend who got me out with a come along. There you go. There you go. See? Yeah, 20,000 pound straps are cheap. Yeah, definitely cheap. Um, Keep a lighter handy to spark your joints and bowls when you are in a crisis. That's funny. That's hilarious. So we got this camera here from a safari lodge in Uganda somewhere. You could see giraffes there and crocs. So just something different for a change, you know. See if I can zoom in for you guys. You can see what are those? Looks like antelope there. They're coming to this watering hole. Wow, that's a nice one there. Look at that. Nice, nice antlers, I guess. I don't know if those would be antlers or horns. Bunch of giraffes. Wow. Look at that giant giraffe back there. That's insane. So much wildlife there. It's crazy to see those crocs were just sunbathing right next to the giraffes. The giraffes didn't even care that the croc was just laying there. It's funny. Man, imagine if a croc took down one of these antelopes here right on camera. That would be insane. I saw the crocs in the water. Man, these antelopes are just begging for it. They're just asking for a croc to snatch them. Look at that. Man, that's terrifying. Imagine trying to swim across in Africa, something like this. If you had to go across like a river or pond like this, that's just so murky. Man, that's like terrifying. You had to wade across that. Man, that would be crazy. Got another giraffe coming down. Um, so let me just see what are some of the latest headlines here. I don't think anything else is going to come in tonight. Um, I'm probably going to shut the stream down soon, actually, because I think looks like the strike may be tomorrow. But I don't think they're going to wait too much longer, because if they wait too long, then they're going to give them more time to prepare. So they're going to want to still get them a little by surprise, I guess, before they have a chance to move stuff around. Parabellum Prepper says, nope, not doing that. Like on Naked and Afraid. I've never really watched Naked and Afraid too much, but I've seen like a few episodes. I wasn't really too fond of that show. I thought it was kind of, I don't know, kind of gimmicky. It's just like trying to get ratings, basically. They get some chicks walking around with their, butts hanging out, just to get views for Discovery Channel or whatever channel it was. Look at these antelopes here. It looks like they're just gonna get snatched up by a croc soon. Wow, look at those giraffes. They're like dinosaurs. Oh my gosh, so massive. Look at that thing. This is a cool camera. I think I'm going to keep this one, and we'll keep an eye on this camera going forward on these streams. We'll keep it up. So I don't have any other breaking news, guys. I think I might actually wind it down. It's after 3 a.m. here. How many days the U.S. prepared strike after Afghanistan against Afghanistan after 9/11? Well, Afghanistan was a different story though, because Afghanistan they were planning to actually go in on the ground, and do a ground assault. So this would just be primarily aerial bombardment. So it's completely different planning in that situation. So because we were actually planning to go into Afghanistan, on the ground. Cactus00 looks like are you from Estonia? Good night, Chuck. Good night, Chuck. Thanks for stopping by. Don't be a stranger. I gotta send you a message, see what's going on with you, how you been. So I think I'm gonna shut down the stream, guys, and I'll probably be streaming again tomorrow. Um, thank you, Chuck. Godspeed and good hunting to you as well. Kim, thank you. Appreciate it, Kim. Good night, Colby. Good night, Maddie. Good night, LB Rules. I'll probably be on tomorrow. Most likely, I'll be on tomorrow evening. Um, I have a feeling it's just any night now. This is all going to pop off. So, thank you, Joe Patterson, Abraham Ramirez, Devis08, Titan Intel, Michael Sutton, Alyssa Liu, BLM Borderlines Matter. So have a good night, guys. I'll probably see you tomorrow. And until then, take care. God bless. And don't forget the 3 Ps: prepare, practice, and persevere.